Just so you guys are aware, this is hot.
Good morning, Seattle. Good morning, Seafair. And good morning, race fans. Welcome to day 3 of 3 of the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. My name is Brad Luce. I am stationed on start-finish line. Want to say good morning to all of our fans coming through the gates that just opened here about 10 minutes ago at 9 a.m. They're walking up the beach. They've got all of their picnic kits ready to go. We're going to have a great day of racing, a terrific day in the air with the Boeing Air Show. And it is my job here, along with Mark Christopher in the pit area, to bring you all the action both on the water and in the air. As I mentioned, it is day 3 of 3, sometimes referred to by boat racing fans, especially those of a certain vintage. It is race day. As I was yesterday, I am joined on the start-finish line by John Walters. John, good morning. We had a good time yesterday. We saw some good racing. I got a hunch we're going to see more of it today.
Good morning, Brad, and good morning, Seattle, and all the race fans. We had a great day yesterday, and the drivers all had a great job, did a great job out there. Seemed to be very relaxed. Everybody was fast, and after the incidents that we had in Tri-Cities, I think everybody was on their best behavior yesterday, and I expect that that best behavior will probably continue on through the day, but it's going to be every man for himself in the final.
It is indeed, and that's going to come up later on today. We'll walk through the schedule here shortly. But John, you and I are not going to handle this job, the broadcasting piece for the hydroplanes in a vacuum. We've got an awful lot of help, as we were yesterday. We're going to be joined by Erica Allreed. She will be down in the pit area grabbing drivers and getting their impressions of both the racing and the race course as we move through the day. For those of you who are watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream, you're going to see more and more and more of those tremendous drone shots. Want to give a shout out to Brian Montgomery, Dan Ford, and Robert Miguel. They are handling the controls of those particular drones and getting us those great shots. When we go to the Boeing Air Show, we'll turn it over to Mark Christopher. He is down on the pit tower, and he's got the perfect view of the aerials and everything that will happen above Lake Washington. But right now it is a testing session for our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. They have the water until almost 11 o'clock this morning. Got to give a shout out to our team, John, because as you saw yesterday, they work extremely hard and they do a wonderful job. To my left and your left, John, down there on camera number 1, we got Gio Belcito. He is right here on start-finish line. He'll give us all those great shots as the boats come off the top end of the race course and down to the start-finish line. In the pit area, working with Erica Allreed and following her around is our pit cameraman, Mickey Washburn. He does a terrific job. You'll see those interviews. Nick Kish is our executive director. Our producer, just to your left, John, is Tana Morissette. Our media liaison upstairs, Rachel Kish. We affectionately say, John, she's on the bat phone. She's passing a lot of information down to us here. And to my right, I would never do this event without Kim Meredith. She is the best on the planet, young lady. Glad to have you here with us. Kim Meredith, our audio engineer, producer extraordinaire, and oh, by the way, if you mention donuts, she'll show up the next morning with a big box of them. So thank you, Kim. So glad to have you here. John, it's a big crew, but boy, they're good.
They are really good, and I have to say it's a tremendous honor to be invited to participate in this opportunity to join this group of people. They do such an outstanding job of keeping track of all the statistics and all the things that the boats do on the water, all the things they've done on the water, the kids that are flying the drones, and those amazing shots that we could never get before. This is awesome, and I'm just so happy to be here.
And we're going to bring all that action to our fans on the shoreline, as well as we've got not 1, 2, but we've got 3 boats out on the water testing for this morning and this afternoon's racing. Let's take a look, John, at the cumulative points that were earned yesterday and in qualifying. Sitting atop our points ladder right now is the U9, Beacon Plumbing, Corey Peabody. He's got 880 points. He got those virtue of 2 heat wins yesterday and 80 points in qualifying. He looked really strong yesterday.
He did look really strong yesterday. The boat's handling well. Jeff Campbell and all the guys down there, Mike, and all the guys that put that boat together do an outstanding job for Darrell Strong in the group. The boat handles well. It accelerates hard. I mean, this is the oldest boat on the circuit, but it's still one of the fastest every single weekend, and just a real joy to watch this thing run.
Second on our list is Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. He's got 800 points by virtue of a first place finish, a second place finish to Corey Peabody, and the 100 points he earned when he was our top qualifier and earned the RevChem Composites Fast Lap Fast Qualifier Award. Congratulations to Andrew on that, but he wants the big prize later on in the day.
Absolutely does. And these two boats are very fast and set up a little bit differently. You can see that the Beacon boat tends to run on an inside lane that accelerates really hard, probably a little lower gear ratio, maybe smaller propeller pitch to give it that punch package coming off the exit pin. Andrew in the Goldman Real Estate, that boat has a little bit more top end, but the way this race course is set up with big wide turns and short straightaways, just about the time that thing's getting up and really rolling, you get into a turn. So he may want to adjust his strategy and take an inside lane.
Did you call that the punch factor coming out of the corner?
As a matter of fact, I did.
You know, I like that because I have plagiarized you in the past, and I've used a line that I heard you use many years ago when you were talking about some bottom end snap coming off the corner. I always liked that term. So punch factor gets added to the hydroplane repertoire. Don't count out this boat that is coming down the front straightaway. It is the Beacon Electric. It is our defending Lake Washington champion. That is J. Michael Kelly in the U1, the Beacon Electric. He's got 660 points. He didn't get a victory yesterday, but you can never count out JMK.
JMK has the ability to put that boat in a position to win no matter what the numbers say as far as the speeds go, and I'm just amazed at how he can drive a race boat in every single class. He's competitive, and from the outboards to limited inboard stuff to the unlimiteds. And I've told JMK on multiple occasions he is the driver that I always dreamed of being. He does such an outstanding job and can put the boat in a position to win. Even if they don't have the fastest boat, he can still find a way to win.
And that's how he makes it happen. And then, as you and I spoke yesterday, and a bunch of us were talking last night, to me, the big surprise of the day yesterday, and I don't know if it was that big of a surprise, but I was really impressed with Dustin Eccles and the U40, the Flavor Pack. They are fourth on our list when it comes to points earned on the weekend. They've got 639 points. They could have had a whole lot more were it not for their jumping of the gun in their first heat by 0.2 of 1 second. But they've got 639 points, and that came virtue of a heat win yesterday where they were really impressive.
They were really impressive, and I won't say that I was surprised by the performance yesterday. I've been expecting it for a while. We just didn't know for sure when it was going to happen. Those guys work hard. Kelly Stockland and that whole group down there, they work day and night to make this boat better and make it faster. And every time Dustin's in it, he learns something about how to make it go a little bit faster and harder. I think he's starting to feel comfortable in it. He made a great start in the second heat there, and drove around people, finished very well. Very proud of them, and I think that they're going to be a real contender today. And these points, as you brought out, this is everybody's ticket to the final heat. It doesn't matter whether you've got 660 points or 880 points. It's the first guy across the checkered flag that's going to win that, and it's a winner-take-all.
And it's a winner-take-all 5-lap final. We use these points to determine the boats that are going to be on our front row. John, we're going to run 6 on the front row with a trailer boat, so we're going to have 7 boats out there. And instead of 3 laps like we're running in the preliminaries, we are going to run 5. So the big show comes up later in the day. Everything builds to that final heat. And as you so accurately pointed out, it is a winner-take-all final regardless of points. 5th on our list for points is a boat I know you like very much. As do I. I also like their coffee, and you and I stopped and got a bunch of coffee pods. This, of course, is the U11, the Miss Mercury's coffee with 565 points. Scott and Shannon Rainey's ride. Driver Jamie Nielsen does a great job of grabbing an inside lane, and one of these days, Mr. Rainey's going to put the right combination in the boat, and he's going to come out on top and show everybody the short way around.
Absolutely. These guys work so hard, and I feel like part of that family as well. We've worked together on many opportunities. Scott and I have had the great pleasure of putting together a Gold Cup winning package back in the day with John Theoret and Beacon Plumbing, Mr. Cahill, who's still involved with the sport, thankfully for that. These guys are fast. They work really well, and they work really hard together. Jamie, like J. Michael Kelly, is one of those guys that drives the boat faster than the numbers would indicate, and he puts himself in a position to make great starts. We saw him with this new race start format yesterday, like the rule was written for him. He played it to a T. He got up there perfectly. He managed to get the 5-boat length overlap on everybody by holding back a little bit more and hitting the starting line, or hitting the score-up line going faster, so that he was able to get that 5-boat length overlap, move to the inside lane. That's where I think that boat needs to be if they expect to win here.
Next up on our list is a name that is no stranger to H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing. It is the winningest driver in the history of our sport. His name is Dave Villwock. He drives the brand spanking new U-27 Miss Apollo. They are sitting number 6 on our list right now, so they're on the bubble. Right now, if we ran the final heat, they would be in that final heat. But they're sitting there with 500 points and a couple of boats nipping at their heels. What did you see from the U-27 and Dave yesterday?
I see they're making some changes in the boat ride. David's really flying this thing. It's very loose. That's the way they push the easiest. That's the way you get the quickest laps, as long as you can keep it on the water and keep it in a lane that you want. Dave likes to start a little bit farther outside on this race course. So you'll see him probably try to run in lane 2 or 3. The boat's just good. I mean, it's a fairly new boat. It's been rebuilt after a pretty serious accident. It's considered basically a brand new boat. They got bumped and ran into a boat last weekend in Tri-Cities. All the repairs have been done and made there. David didn't win all those races by not knowing how to win, and that's one of the things that happens is, there are boat drivers and then there are boat racers. Dave Villwock is certainly a racer.
So he is number 6 on the list, and he's followed by a guy I really like, and he put on a good show in the Tri-Cities last week. He did the same yesterday, and that's the U-35. Gutters by Keith presents the Boitano Homes, and young Gunnar O'Farrell, he had a solid 3rd place finish that he earned yesterday by defeating Bobby King. He's sitting on the bubble, number 7 on our points list with 424 points.
These guys also, work really hard. They're a local group here. Greg O'Farrell owns Lake Ridge Paving. They've campaigned boats over the past years. This is a fairly new boat as well. It runs very well. Gunnar's learning how to drive this thing. Every lap out, you can see that he's a little more confident. He's a little bit better at picking and choosing the lane. He's a little bit better at letting the boat tell him where it wants to run, and he's finding out how to do that.
And rounding out our 8-boat field is the aforementioned U-12, the Miss Graham Trucking with Bobby King. He's got 368 points. He'll be looking to move up the ladder, but they've only got one more run per boat to earn points and get into that final. So we're going to be watching Dave Villwock. We're going to be watching Gunnar O'Farrell and certainly Bobby King closely. Keep an eye on the Mercury's Coffee, too. You've got to be in the top 6 to be on that front row, and once you do, you have an equal opportunity with everybody to walk out of here with the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Again, my name is Brad Luce. I am here with John Walters on the start-finish line. John, you've been watching some of these fans coming into the park with the picnic kits. They got wagons, they got blankets, they got coolers, kids or got floaty toys for the water. This is just a wonderful Seattle celebration.
It is, and I think so many people that come to Seattle come, this weekend just for this event. And this was, something that represents my childhood as well as many others that are up and down the lake here. In the old days when they were all Rolls-Royce Merlin or Allisons, you could hear them miles and miles away. And, even at my house in Renton, you could hear them. You knew, that the boats were in town, and it was always exciting to be able to come down and see the drivers, get some autographs, see the equipment, and watch these boats go around Lake Washington on beautiful days like today.
And you talk about being able to hear the boats down in Renton. I was up that way, up to the left there. I lived and was born and raised just up above Sandpoint Naval Air Station. In fact, I mentioned that to a police officer. I said, yeah, I used to live up at the Sandpoint Naval Air Station just above it. And he goes, the what? I said, oh, that's right. You don't know that. It's Magnuson Park. And he goes, that used to be an air station. I said, yes, it did back in the day, and I did a nice job of dating myself. But you talk about that coming down and getting autographs and so forth. That's what you did. That's what I did, and some of those are my prized possessions still to this day. So for all of you coming into the park, walking through Genesee Park past all the vendors and everything and making your way down to the shoreline, we're going to do our best to keep you posted on what is going on. John, it's a little early, but let's take a quick look at our draws for Heat 3A and 3B, and this is going to come into play specifically against the points that we just went down, because some of those boats that are in need of points to get on that front row, we'll be watching how they finish. Our Heat 3A is going to feature the U12, the Graham Trucking. They're number 8 on our list. They're number 8 with Bobby King. They need points, and they need a good finish in that heat. They're going to be joined also by the Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes with Gunnar O'Farrell. They've squared off a couple of times over the last few weeks, and it's been the youngster driving the Boitano Homes, Gunnar O'Farrell, who's got the best of it. He's going to need to do that again in this heat, because boy, are they going to be joined by some speed. The U40, the Flavor Pack, and Dustin Eccles is in that heat, and then the always tough U91, Goodman Real Estate and Andrew Tate. What do you see in that lineup, John?
I think that it's going to be really an outrageous boat race. The Graham Trucking guys, unfortunately, right now, they're lacking information. They didn't go back east to race, so they started in Tri-Cities. They were involved in an accident over there, which cut their day short. They've got a lot of things they need to learn, and they're trying to compress all of that knowledge and all of that learning into a pretty straight-up learning curve here. They do a great job of putting the boat together. They just need more time to figure out how to make it work. I think you're going to see a really good heat there between the Graham Trucking and the Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes. Gunner's going to probably try to start a little bit on the inside, and I think that Bobby is going to want to get that lane so that he has the shorter way around the race course. So I expect a real battle there from the beginning. The other two, I think, are going to have a great race with each other. The Flavor Pack, Dustin showed that he's got great straightaway speed and the boat turns well. He has the ability to make outstanding starts. The Miss Goodman Real Estate obviously does too. I couldn't help, the inspector in me couldn't help but notice this morning that they were changing skid fins, so I think that they're probably going to change the boat to try and change the boat ride just a little bit more than what they had. Andrew does a great job there. I think it's just going to be an outstanding boat race.
That is our Heat 3A that will be coming up later on today, and then we're going to follow that up with our Heat 3B, equally as intriguing. Our 4 boats are going to feature the Beacon Electric. That's the U1, the defending Lake Washington champion, with J. Michael Kelly. He is going to be joined by his teammate Corey Peabody, the U9 in the Beacon Plumbing. And as we went through our listing of points, Corey sits atop the ladder right now with 880 points. And so one might think right off the top that he could take it easy in that heat and not try and pick up 400 points, but he's in a national high points battle, so he's going to go out there and run strong.
Yeah, there's a couple of heats left here today, and then there's only one race left in San Diego, so there aren't many opportunities to gather points. So I think they're going to run as hard as they can. It's an awful lot of work for this Beacon team, because they've got 2 boats and they always seem to end up in the same heat together, and that's really difficult when you're racing teammates like that. So they're going to be a real challenge there. I think that right now, the way that they've been running, J. Michael can come out of anywhere and win from anywhere in any lane, and I think that Jamie is going to make a great start in the Miss Mercury Coffee. Dave Vilwalk is always a threat, no matter where he's at, from the inside or the outside. So again, we've got 8 boats here, the eight of the fastest boats the world has ever seen, the boat racing world has ever seen, for sure. I had the great opportunity one time to interview Ted Jones right here in these pits, and I asked him, Ted, who do you think's going to win this race? And he told me, John, I couldn't answer that question if I owned every boat in the race. And I kind of feel that way right now. It's anybody's pick.
And absolutely, as you know, and our good fans here at Lake Washington know, anything can happen. You just never know. We have seen boats go dead in the water, 1 buoy short of a checkered flag and the overall presentation of the big trophy. Anything can happen. That's why we have to go out and run them on the water. Rounding out our 4-boat field in Heat 3B is the U11, Miss Mercury's Coffee and Jamie Nielsen, and the Miss Apollo, the U27, and Dave Vilwalk. They're going to fit in that mix somewhere.
Absolutely. It's going to be a great race.
So that's Heat 3A and 3B. Now let's take a moment to look at our schedule coming up for the day. Looking at it here, we are right now on my watch. It's just about 9:30. And the course is open from 9 until 10:55 this morning, so we've still got over an hour left in this initial test session for the H1 Unlimiteds. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we'll have opening ceremonies with our King County Hilo flag presentation, and our national anthem will be performed for us. That will come up at 11 o'clock. Then at 11:10, following the opening ceremonies, we'll have the United States Coast Guard Search and Rescue here. They will be out over the water. It's actually pretty interesting to watch what they do. And boy, those are the guys you want coming after you, John, if something terrible should happen and you're in the water and need help and maybe you're in rough seas. I watched these guys yesterday, the United States Coast Guard. I want them coming after me.
Absolutely. They're an amazing group of skilled athletes, really, not only in the swimming part of it, but the rescue part of it and all the things that they can do. I have had the opportunity to work with Search and Rescue, not with the Coast Guard Search and Rescue, but with Okanagan County Search and Rescue, and I know how hard that job is, how emotional that job can be, and I'm just very grateful that we've got guys like this here.
We certainly do. So that is 11:10. The Coast Guard Search and Rescue will do their demonstration. Then coming up at 11:20, we're going to have our J Hydro final heat. And if you've been down on the south side of the pit area, you've seen our J Stock Hydros and our young kids out there running on these entry-level hydroplanes. It is awfully fun to watch. I got the opportunity to watch them a little bit this morning. Always put on a great show. They're going to run their final heat coming up at 11:20. And you and I were talking this morning, John, that's how you got started, and you said it was just the time of your life. It was great.
It was so much fun, and I think a good number of successful drivers here, that's where they started, in the J-Stock Hydros. Legends like Dean Chenoweth and Chip Hanauer, people that are down here today. J. Michael Kelly, his son, ran J-Stock Hydro as well. We've got, Dustin Eccles, who we talked about there a little bit. His daughter started in the J-Stock Hydros, and she's still continuing to run Findlay. And yeah, I mean, you look through the group, Corey and J. Michael Kelly started racing J-Stock Hydros and outboards together, schoolmates and now teammates. So yeah, it's the place. The Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum does an outstanding program where every year they get sponsorship from boats and teams and local companies and that. The families come in, they build the boat from scratch. They're involved in every part of it. The kids get to run it then, and mom and dad are involved, and it's family boat racing at the entry level. It's really cool.
So that is our J-Stock Hydro finale. That's going to come up at 11:20. Our vintage hydroplanes will take to the water at 11:40. Coming up at straight up noon, the U.S. Army Golden Knights will put their show on in the air. And then it is time to go racing for our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. Heat 3A is slated to go off at 12:30. Going to be followed at 12:50 by Heat 3B. That will come up at 12:50. 3A will go at 12:30, and then 3B 20 minutes later at 12:50. Then we go to the air. At 1 o'clock, it's the U.S. Navy EA Growler, the EA-18G Growler. He will put on his show in the air. Then it's the U.S. Air Force C-17 coming in at 1:30. At 1:45, the United States Air Force F-35A. Our Catalina, one of our favorite boats, one of our favorite players in the air show, the Catalina, the PBY 5A Catalina will make its pass. It'll make numerous passes, and Mark Christopher will tell you all about that. He loves to talk about the PBY and the Catalina and how important it has been to the success of the United States in the air. Coming up at 2:25, we'll have more of the Boeing Air Show. But then at 2:45 to 3 o'clock, John, it's the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Final. That's when we will run for the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. 5 laps around a 2-mile race course. And it's a winner-take-all. We throw points out the window at that point. We put the boats out there with the most points. Then we forget about them. It's a winner-take-all 5-lap final. That's coming up at 2:45. You do not want to miss that. But we are not done for the day at that point. The air show continues at 3:05. The U.S. Marines will take to the air at 3:10. And then coming up at 3:35, United States Navy Blue Angels. It's a show, if you've never seen it, you don't want to miss it, and if you've seen it before, you know how good it is, and you don't want to miss it either. That comes up at 3:35. We'll have award ceremonies in the pit area that everybody is invited to come see at 4:30. No matter how you slice it up, John, it's a full day.
It's an absolute full day of just really fun stuff, too, so I'm looking forward to it.
So that's our schedule. That's our heat draw. Those are our unlimited points. What we're going to do now is step away for just a moment. John and I will step away from the microphone, and looking at the screen, we can see that the U-11, a Mercury's Coffee hydroplane, is in the water. I expect we'll see Jamie Nielsen out here shortly. They have yet to close the lid on that particular hydroplane, but we will be back as soon as the U-11 Mercury's Coffee takes to the water. John, we're off to a start. We're underway here. It's the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair.
It's going to be exciting. Don't go away.
Don't go away. We'll step away. John and I will be right back.
I need program. Nick, you've got to help me, dude. I need your program.
Okay, you have to come off over here.
All right, we'll pull it back. All right.
If you want the sound, though. We're not getting sound off the splitter.
This drone is going to be roving near turn 1.
Jerry,
Yeah, okay, just whatever it takes to get that.
just a video. Just a video.
Yeah, that's the video.
Turn 2, 0.
You don't have a way to, how you gonna mux it in there? What? You don't have, where's your, I mean, you guys can.
That's why we need to do this.
You gotta set your thing up like a real broadcaster. So you have a way to mix, but I know, but
This is gonna BBC.
well, no, but I mean, but it's even small.
I know, but you need to remember.
How are you? Good, how are you? Fabulous. This, I'm sure all the things are working. I'm just getting in trouble for trying to help it. But I can get that. As long as you get
There
six
is
down, call down to that VIP and see if other I've been trying to call down here. Able to hook it up just a second if you're able to take a look at that. You don't necessarily, they said they wanted sound out there, but doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of it.
It's plugged in.
Alright, so now you should have the same. Anything?
That one.
Back here on the start-finish line, Good morning again to our fans that are coming through the gate, and good morning to our fans that are dialing us up on the H1 Unlimited YouTube network on an absolutely glorious Pacific Northwest day here in Seattle, Washington. We have Mount Baker at the top end of the race course up north in the Cascade Range. We have Mount Rainier to the south of us. Both are out and shining brightly, if that's a term you can use about a mountain. And on the water, we have beautiful, clean, white rooster tails. And right now, that rooster tail belongs to the U11, the Mercury's Coffee, Jamie Nielsen. Jamie is going to be in our Heat 3B coming up later on today. John, as we talked, they had a good day yesterday, but they'd like to have a solid finish in Heat 3B.
They did have a good day yesterday, and Jamie just is able to make amazing starts in this boat, and that's one of the real strong points that they have. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. They're doing a little bit of testing, probably a different propeller and different combination than they ran yesterday. But Jamie's getting some marks for his start times here, and he's going to make a run from the exit pin to the starting line. He'll run down into the first turn there, and then he'll time himself around the race course here. We've got a new start procedure this year, and everybody wants to make sure that they're ready for that and know their timing marks as the things change a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's the same race course we've been running on, so the timing marks don't change. The distance doesn't change from point A to point B, but with the new procedure, it does affect those timing marks. So nice call on that. You got exactly what Jamie's doing here. He slows down off the bottom end of the race course here, and he will start timing himself around the race course. And of course, he's got spotters that are talking to him, and they're marking down spots on the course, because for our new fans, John, who maybe have never seen an H1 Unlimited hydroplane race before, all of our racing is based off a clock start. And as we start to approach the racing, you're going to hear comments out of both you and myself, and they may hear it over the loudspeaker from others. A couple of minutes to 5 to the 5, and then it's 5 to the 5, and then it's 5, and my goodness, what are they talking about? Well, it's a countdown. The whole thing is a countdown, and it starts very early, and then we count down. The end idea of all of this, the end game is put your boat on the start-finish line right in front of you and I, John. When the clock ticks 0, have a nice open water lane to run into that first turn, and oh, by the way, bring a lot of boat speed too, because if you don't bring any speed, everybody's going to pass you, and you're going to be the trailing boat coming out of the corner.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room on this Seattle race course to accelerate from the start line to the first turn here, to the entrance pin of the first turn here. So you want to have that speed, up and everything rolling. You can see Jamie looks like he's got a problem out there. Looks like he's gone dead in the water just about the apex of the floating bridge turn.
Or, John, is that something he could be timing? And our fans are looking at this going, oh my goodness, he's going way below 80 miles an hour. That's against the rules. No, it's not. The 80 mile an hour rule, John, as you and I talked about, we buried it right out here in front of us. It's in about 35 feet of water, and here comes Jamie. I think he was actually timing it that way, and then he wants to see how long it takes to get from the exit of turn 2 up to the left and down to the start finish line right there. And he's got somebody who's going to log that in. So if he wants to crawl up there and get to that exit pin, he knows when to put his foot in it and bring the boat on down.
Yeah, we've done away with the 80 mile per hour rule, and that gives us a much better start. And one of the most exciting things about boat racing is hitting that starting line at full speed, and you got 4 boats that are going very fast when they do that in a pretty small area here. They're very close to each other, and that's really exciting and fun to watch. And that's exactly what Jamie's doing. Is you can go under that 80 miles per hour rule. You don't even have to be on a plane at this point, but you have to be behind the start finish line when the time goes off, which in this case is 1 minute and 15 seconds.
And we'll be talking about our start procedure as we get closer to racing. But you had a good comment yesterday with our score up procedure and then our start procedure. We basically have 2 starts per race now. And that's what the fans like, John. They like to see these boats bunched up together and running side by side, and they're going to get good opportunities to see that with this new procedure. And quite candidly, I can say that from an H1 perspective, they're very happy. We are very pleased with how this start procedure has worked. It's so far been mission accomplished as far as what we hope to accomplish with this new procedure. And we'll talk our way through it as we get closer to the racing. But the end game is still the same. Get to the start-finish line with a lot of speed when the clock strikes 0 and hold off your competitors for 3 laps and pick up 400 points. Here comes Jamie. He's going to cut across the race course there from the back stretch to the front stretch, and that's a totally legal move.
Yeah, and he's getting some timing marks there too, because that is indeed a legal move. You have to make at least 1 complete lap. You have to go across the start-finish line before the start of the race. So he's getting his marks from every point and trying to come up with an answer for every option.
So that was Jamie Nielsen in the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee, or the Mercury's.com. And they've got a couple of booths here, John, and we talked about them yesterday, and I'm sure we will today. They are a brand spanking new sponsor on the H1 Unlimited Tour this year, and we are just so pleased to have them as part of our family, and we applaud their participation in the sport. I talked with these guys at the test session. It's definitely a family business, and they've wanted to do this, I guess, for a long time, but they want to give back to the community. The community has been so very good to them over on the east side, out of Redmond and Bellevue and Woodinville and out that way. They wanted to do something to give back, and they were big-time hydroplane fans. The entire family, from grandpa down to son, who's the CEO and owner of the company, to the grandkids and wives and the whole bit. They are all involved in this. And oh, by the way, they are all here, and they all traveled back east. The whole family was down in Gunnersville. They were in Indiana. They're having a ball, and they're certainly taking good care of us. There's a lot of donuts and sweets over there, and they've all got Mercury's Coffee on the side of it.
They absolutely are, and it's fun to see all the enthusiasm and the excitement from everyone in the family as they wander through the pits and, of course, hang out, next to the boat that they're sponsoring. And Scott and Shannon Rainey make them feel so comfortable there, and they're good racers. They are, like you say, wanting to put things back into the community that have helped to make them successful. It's really fun to have them. Welcome aboard, and you've got some really good coffee too.
And they do have good coffee. And they have that high octane coffee pod with the hydroplane on the top of the pod. So every time you put it in your automatic coffee maker, you got to punch the boat full of holes. But I know you grabbed a hatful this morning, and so did I, because I've been drinking it, and it's pretty good stuff.
It's really good stuff, and I'm so proud that they're able to participate in our sport. And the boat's working really well. The guys and girls are working real hard on it down there to continue to put Jamie in a position to where he can win a boat race. And who knows, this might be the Sunday.
And when that day happens, John, you'll find me down in the pit area, because that's a party I'm not going to miss.
Boy, me too.
Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank Alaska Airlines. Alaska Airlines prides itself on caring for your family on board our airplanes, in our airports, and even as you're in the planning stages of a dream vacation. We're thrilled to bring this level of care from our more than 100 nonstop Seattle routes to this summer's parade route. On behalf of all of the 25,000 employees at Alaska Airlines, let's have a safe and fun Seafair weekend, and we hope to see you on board soon. Thank you to Alaska Airlines from Seafair. John, it's my favorite line again. It's popped up and bubbled up to the top here. Tulalip Resort and Casino. I love this line. When all you want, John, is everything.
That pretty well covers it, doesn't it?
Pretty well covers the needs right there. When all you want is everything, immerse yourself in Washington's premier gaming destination with AAA 4-diamond accommodations, a full-service spa, top-notch entertainment, and award-winning restaurants. Tulalip. As Gunnar O'Farrell blisters across start-finish line in the Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes, only the third official race for young Gunnar O'Farrell, but John, he's getting better and better every time he goes out.
He is. You can see it in the lap times. You can see it, in the way that he drives the boat around the race course. He's just getting more and more confidence, feeling more and more comfortable, and just the experience that comes from, getting that seat time, being able to run the boat. It's nice to be out there by yourself where you can run in any lane that you want and let the boat talk to you and tell you where it likes to turn, where it feels the best, where it feels free, how good it accelerates, and all those. But you learn the most when there are other boats on the race course that are helping to dictate, those situations and those circumstances. So he's learning a lot every time he goes, but he's doing a great job.
He is indeed. It is the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair, and Apollo Mechanical Contractors is proud to be a sponsor of Seafair. We believe in supporting events that enhance the lives of our community and help build people who build great things. Check out apollomechanical.com to learn more. Thank you, Apollo Mechanical Contractors from Seafair. Seafair would also like to thank Boeing. Boeing has been a Seafair sponsor since, John, this is one of my favorites. Boeing has been a Seafair sponsor since the first festival 75 years ago.
Wow. Charter
member as a sponsor of this event, and they're still here. We all know how important Boeing is to our community, but it comes to Seafair, we haven't had one of these events without their involvement. So thank you to the Boeing Company. They've been a sponsor since the first festival 75 years ago. Boeing has roughly 66,000 employees in Washington State, more here than anywhere else in the world. Thank you, a heartfelt thank you to Boeing for bringing us today's air show, and Mark Christopher will do his usual stellar job talking about everything that is going on in the air. And don't forget, John, when you walk down the boulevard, as you and I did this morning, Dick's Drive-In. They are the title sponsor of the Dick's Drive-In Car Show at Seafair. There's some good-looking rods there on the boulevard.
There absolutely are. I'm impressed with how good some of those cars look, and they're some of my all-time favorites right there. That AC Cobra just makes me drool when I get a chance to walk by that, and there's a 68 Ford Bronco down there that would really look good in my driveway.
It would, and it's jacked up pretty tall. It did look good. I saw that one down there. Good-looking rig. Oh, gosh, and then there was a 67 Fastback Mustang down there that was catching my attention.
Absolutely.
That's the Dick's Drive-In Car Show. And, oh, by the way, when you walk down the boulevard from where we are at start-finish and you go past all those cars, at the end of that line of cars, Dick's Drive-In is there. You can get a Dick's Deluxe and a fries and a shake, and they had a lot of people lined up to get that Dick's fix, if you will. Bud Zero, we want to thank them as well. They are sponsor of the Log Boom, and when we got here this morning, there were some pretty gaping holes there on the log boom, but it's filling in quickly. Yesterday, it was jammed, especially up at the top end. I would expect it will look the same today. That is the Bud Zero, sponsor of the log boom. Cutwater, they are our sponsors of Thunder Alley, and it is an area just north of the pit area on the North Shore. They've got the car show, the beer garden, and the Captain's Club. It's Cutwater, the sponsor of Thunder Alley. Thank you to them. And rounding out this group is the Kona Brewing Company, sponsor of Kona Brewing in the South Turn. Kona Brewing, they can brew that stuff anywhere they want. South Turn, North Turn, it's good stuff. But it's the Kona Brewing South Turn Seafair. Thanks you, Kona Brewing. John, it was your job while I was reading that to get another boat on the water. Who you got coming now? I don't see anyone.
I'm working on it, but right now it's to be determined.
John, you and I are going to step away from the microphone. We will come back when we get some activity on the water. It's a testing session. It's going until 11 o'clock. It's the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. The fans are coming in. You and I are ready, John. I know the people are getting ready over on the log boom. Boats are still coming underneath the bridge. They'll be tying up there. We've got boats beginning to gather way down toward Seward Park, coming around the Renton end of the Park Lagoon down there. They will be watching the Blue Angels from down there, and then they will move their way up the lake. There will be a lot of watercraft out on Lake Washington, and the boating capital of the world will show very well. 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. For John Walters, I'm Brad Luce. We'll step away. We will come back with more action on the water. Hello again, race fans. Welcome to the sunny shores of Lake Washington and the south end of Seattle. Brad Lewis here on the start-finish line tower. It is day 3 of 3 at the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. We've had activity on the water already this morning as our fans continue to come in and line the shoreline here on Lake Washington. We have a very, very full day of action set for the fans coming in and those watching online on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. We'll have action in the air. We will have action on the water. I'll be working with John Walters, calling the action on the water as best we can. Mark Christopher will handle the Boeing Air Show as he has for so many years and done such a great job with it. We have one of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes on the water. Right now, this is a very, very special H1 Unlimited hydroplane because it is a boat that carries the number U1, and that one is reminiscent and exhibitive of the fact that they are our defending National High Points champion from a year ago. They are also our defending Gold Cup champion, and they won here on Lake Washington last year. So this right now, at least on paper, this would be the boat to beat. Now, they haven't qualified as fast as some of the others. They're down just a little bit on some of their speed from a qualifying perspective, but this is a boat, a team, and more specifically a driver you can never count out. John, I think you're on board with us here. You just can never count this guy out.
Absolutely. MK is one of those guys that just can come from nowhere and win the boat race. And, he's won a lot of races when he did not necessarily have the fastest boat that day by making an outstanding start or getting the better lane or catching somebody, off guard. He's very good at finding out what his boat does well, and he's also very good at finding out what the competitors' boats may not do as well on that particular day, and very Bill Munsey-like.
Yeah, interesting here. Kim Meredith is monitoring the H1 radio, and J. Michael Kelly just turned the fastest 2 laps that they have turned all weekend. That first one was at a $1:53. He turned the next one at 154.619 miles per hour. That's a quick lap.
It is a quick lap, and it's nice that those things come together and you start finding those things on Sunday, which we term as race day. Obviously they raced yesterday, but today are the ones that they're going to look forward to winning the most, especially when they get to that championship heat. So every time J. Michael Kelly runs this boat, he learns a little bit more. He comes back and tells the crew chief and the people that are working on the boat what they need to do, what he likes, what he doesn't like. They're finding some things right now, obviously, that he does like.
Yeah, apparently so. So a fast lap of 154 miles per hour. Yes, it's testing, but that's okay. They know what it means. They know what they have. For our fans that are here on the shoreline, and those, again, as I say, watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, a quick look at our schedule. On my clock, it is almost 10:30. We have the course open until 11 this morning for H1 Unlimited testing. Our opening ceremonies are coming up at 11 o'clock. At 11:10, our United States Coast Guard Search and Rescue Team will put on their demonstration. 11:20 will see us just on the south side of the pit area for our J-Stock Hydro Final. At 11:40, we will put our vintage hydroplanes. We've got 3 very famous names down there. We'll put our 3 vintage hydroplanes on the water. And while we do that, John Walters, we're going to have a little special feature here, the Drouillard Laps for Legends Honor Roll. We're going to pay homage to people who were very, very instrumental in putting boat racing and making Seafair happen, if you will, in the Pacific Northwest. It's a big, long list, but you know what? If you listen to this list and know anything about boat racing, you're going to see an awful lot of names that you will remember. Many are boat owners, drivers, crew members, but there's also administrative people within the Seafair organization, Greater Seattle back in the day. A lot of famous names. We will pay homage to them as our vintage boats are on the water. That's going to come up at 11:40. Then at 12 o'clock, our U.S. Army Golden Knights will put on their demonstration. 12:30, we'll see H1 Unlimiteds hit the water in Heat 3A. 12:50 will be Heat 3B. Then we go upstairs for more of the air show. As I say, Mark Christopher will do his usual stellar job at calling our air show for us. Then at 2:40, we will put the boats on the water for a 2:45 start time for the H1 Unlimited final heat of the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Again, that will come up at 2:45. But we're not done then. The Boeing Air Show continues at 3:05. The Marines, the F-35B, will come at 3:10. And then at 3:35, turn your eyes skyward for the U.S. Navy Blue Angels, always a big part of Seafair. And that will happen at 3:35. We're going to close the show at 4:35 with the H1 Unlimited Awards ceremony, and the pit area fans are encouraged to come down and be a part of that and see who walks off with the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. So we've got the course open now for a little bit longer, about another half an hour. Kim is writing down the important words that we need to understand. John, this is the closest we get to a teleprompter. And she's putting some words down there that says everybody is done testing. So at least at this point in the game, it sounds like our test session is still going to be open until 11 o'clock. But if Kim's got the pulse of the pit area, and she usually does, I don't think anybody else is going to come out. I think JMK will be our last boat.
Well, they obviously learned some things to get that boat running as fast as it did. I mean, as all the race fans know for sure, that thing was upside down in the Columbia River the last time anybody saw it. So, to bring that thing back, to get it all back together, to get it tuned up, dialed in, and working again with all the systems functioning. The front wing was torn off the boat. The rear wing was torn off the boat. A great job by the crew to get it back together and for JMK to be out there and run those fast laps.
That is the voice of John Walters. He is our expert on the broadcast this weekend. We're very glad and fortunate to have him with us. So thank you, John, for being here. Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank Barnhart Crane. Barnhart Cranes is one of the largest heavy lift and heavy transport organizations in the United States, with over 50 years of service to our community and customers. Barnhart prides itself on providing innovative solutions for its customer needs. Seafair would also like to thank Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Lumen. Strap in for high-flying, blazing fast internet with quantum fiber internet. Get symmetrical speeds up to 8 gigs at a great price. Learn more at Q.com. That's the letter Q.com. Thank you, Lumen from Seafair. And NetTech. Most organizations struggle to find effective IT solutions. NetTech has created an IT subscription program that includes the hardware, software, security, and support so employees can focus on their work and the owners can sleep at night. NetTech, thank you from Seafair. And here's a name, John, that everybody knows in the Pacific Northwest. Oberto, and Seafair would like to thank Oberto as they are proud to again be the official meat snack of Seafair. Whether on the shore or on the water for over 40 years, Oberto has been synonymous with Seafair. Oberto, how Seattle snacks since 1918. I mentioned the air show and Mark Christopher. He will be calling all the action in the sky. And when we talk about an air show, we've got to talk about Boeing. The Boeing Airplane Company, the official aerospace partner of Seafair. Alaska Airlines, they are the official airline of Seafair. They've been involved for many, many years. They look forward to seeing you on board Alaska Airlines, the official airline of Seafair. And Anheuser-Busch, the official beer of Seafair and the official sparkling seltzer of Seafair. Official canned cocktail of Thunder Alley, the official non-alcoholic beer of the Log Boom. Anheuser-Busch, they're busy, and they are very supportive of our festival every summer here in Seattle, the Seattle Seafair. Thank you to Anheuser-Busch. And the Tulalip Resort and Casino, the official resort and casino of Seafair 2024. Thank you to Tulalip. John, the waters are quiet right now. I think we've got about a half hour here until we're going to pipe up our opening ceremonies coming up at 11 o'clock. The fans are coming in. For those watching online, you're getting a special treat as we have some bonus coverage on there. We're watching Thunder on the Niagara from Tonawanda, New York. This is live coverage, bonus coverage for those of you watching online. Those of you who are here along the shoreline of Lake Washington, you're getting in, getting settled. The big day is just getting started. We're going to be busy all day. This is a real good time, John, with the boats apparently not coming out for any more testing until 11 o'clock. I know you and I saw some of the food vendors and so forth. They'd love to have you stop by. This might be a good time to go and take a look at some of the food and the souvenirs and all the goodies that are available out there.
That's a big part of coming to the race here is the food vendors and all the souvenirs and things, the hats, the T-shirts, the postcards, and everything that's out there. There's some really cool stuff for people that are brand new fans and starting those collections, and some of the people that have collected so much stuff that they're almost a museum at home. So enjoy it. They're all here.
Were you talking directly to me? Because I picked up a few new things this morning already.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, John. Speaking of food and displays and sampling vendors, race fans, if you are feeling hungry or if you are a foodie and like things like popcorn, we have some popcorn here on our front row seat. So if you're feeling hungry, you have come to the right place. As John was just saying, in Genesee Park and throughout Seafair weekend, you'll find endless tasty options. And while you're out in the park, be sure to visit the wide variety of displays, sampling, and vendors. Plenty of places to spend your hard-earned money. We'll step away from the microphone right now. We will be back, I think, probably next with our opening ceremony. So enjoy it, Seattle. It is the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair and the Boeing Air Show. We've got you covered. Settle in, find some shade, a cool drink. We'll be back with opening ceremonies at 11 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, on the shores of Lake Washington and watching on the live stream, it is time now for our opening ceremonies for the 2024 Seafair celebration. You are looking at the King County Hilo flag presentation, and we will follow with our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, opening ceremonies for the 2024 Seattle Seafair.
right, our first consolation 5-minute gun has sounded for the day. This will be the Formula 2500 consolations making their way out onto the race course. As we said, in the consolations, you win it, you go to the final, you lose it, you go on the trailer for the weekend. Formula 2500s have 2,300 cubic centimeter motors. Speed's right around 100 miles an hour. And these guys are going to have to be really careful with this wind now blowing right down the front stretch. The spotters up here on the start-finish line with me to relay that message to the drivers. That the wind is picked up just a little bit here on the Niagara River. We had 5 slated to go here in the Formula 2500 consolation. We'll see how many of them make it out. And here comes the 5th boat. So all 5 will make the call. As we said, winner moves on to the final later on this afternoon. Everybody else goes on the trailer for the weekend. First boat coming off of turn number 2 down here to the left of us is the 751 of Mark Lalonde in the Lolo Racing. He's followed by Stephanie Blaine in the 757 Canada Girl out of Valleyfield, Quebec. She's followed up by the 77 Guillaume Charette in the Charette Racing. Alex Aduke comes off of turn number 2 in the 88 Fat Boy Racing. And the final boat on the backstretch is Tommy Shannon in the F4, the Valleyfield Auto Parts, as he heads down into turn number 2. We are 3 minutes from the start of the race. Once again, I'll go over the starting procedure for everybody that might be new to us here at Thunder on the Niagara. This is the 5-minute warm-up period. The boats come out on the race course. They warm up, go around, do a couple laps, do a couple timing runs during this 5-minute warm-up. The ultimate goal is to be right here at the start-finish line where the 4 is going right across right now when that clock hits 0. You want to be just to the left of that start-finish line. If you jump the gun, as we like to say, if you cross start-finish line prior to the end of that 5-minute period, you will be assessed a 1-minute penalty, and basically you are throwing your race away. So we are 2 minutes and 18 seconds from the start of the race, 2:18 away. This is the Formula 2500 consolation. These boats did not finish in the top 7, so they're going to have to fight their way into the final. Kind of like your last chance qualifier if you follow dirt racing or anything like that. This is your last chance qualifier to make it into that final, or the feature race as we like to call it, later on this afternoon. We'll have an 8-boat Formula 2500 for you a little bit later on. 1:45 from the start, 1:45 away. We go 4 laps around in the consolations. In the normal qualification heats, it was 5 laps. Remember, in the consolations, we only go 4. So you have less time to try to make up ground on your competitors that are in front of you. 1:24 from the start, 1:24. Formula 2500 consolation. Once the boats get down here into turn 1, we'll get them lined up for you. Inside of a minute to go, inside of 1 minute to the start. Lane number 1 here for the Formula 2500 consolation will be Mark Lalonde. He's got a purple and white boat, the 751 Lolo Racing. He'll be in lane number 1. Lane number 2, the pink and white of Stephanie Blaine, the 757. She comes to us from Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. Lane number 3 will be the red boat of Tommy Shannon. He's got the fluorescent yellow number 4 on the cowling. Lane number 4 will be the green boat of Guillaume Charette. And on the outside will be Alex Ledoux in the 88, the Fat Boy Racing. We're 20 seconds from the start. 20 seconds away from the first consolation heat of the afternoon. Formula 2500 consolation, as we are now 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, a nice start for Guillaume Charette. Guillaume will lead him across in the 77 as they head down here into turn number 1. Now he's out in lane number 4, so he's going to have to hold that lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. That's going to allow Mark Lalonde to move up on the inside. The 751 Lolo Racing. He'll be your leader off the exit of turn number 1. But right there on his outside is the 77 of Guillaume Charette. Tommy Shannon and Stephanie Blaine battling out for 3rd and 4th. But remember, the only thing that matters here in the consolation is the winner as they head down into turn number 2. The winner will move on to the final. The losers will be on the trailer. So Lalonde through the apex of turn number 2, tiptoeing it around tight turn number 2 here at the bottom end of the race course. So come off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. So 1 down, 3 to go here in the Formula 2500 Constellation. Nice battle for second, though, between Guillaume Charette on the outside and Tommy Shannon on the inside. Stephanie Blaine running in tight there, back in 4th position. You can see these boats really getting light as they go down the front stretch here, right into that headwind in the Formula 2500 Constellation. Lalonde through the apex of turn number 1. He's got about a 2 full rooster tail advantage over top of the 2nd position. Guillaume Charette, Tommy Shannon, and Stephanie Blaze. She's trying to move up on the inside. And these guys, if they run 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, they'll still pick up points. And every point matters in the season-long point standing. So those guys are going to fight hard to try to move up into that 2nd place position. Martin Lalonde is your leader down into turn number 2. It's going to get tight with Stephanie moving up on the inside in the 757 as they come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. So 2 down, 2 to go here in Formula 2500 Constellation. And Mark Lalonde, your leader. Stephanie Blaine having a nice run back in 3rd right now. She moved up on the inside of Tommy Shannon and Guillaume Charette, trying to move up into 2nd. Stephanie, oh wow, Tommy getting really light in that F4 as they head down here to turn number 1. Tommy trying to run the tunnel there, but really difficult for him to move up in between Guillaume and Stephanie. So 2.5 in and 1.5 to go here in the Formula 2500 Constellation. And Martin Lalonde just taking it nice and easy down the backstretch. Stephanie Blaine moves up into 2nd position. Guillaume Charette back to 3rd. Nice job of driving by Stephanie there as she moves up into 2nd position here in the Constellation. So through the apex of turn number 2 to come around and get the white flag this time by. 3 down, 1 to go here in Formula 2500 Constellation. And Mark Lalonde looking to punch his ticket to the final later on this afternoon. 3 down, 1 to go. Stephanie Blaine moves up to the outside, out and about lane 3. Boat running really well here in the Constellation of Stephanie. She's been having some mechanical issues in that 757 all weekend long, but the boat running really nicely here in the Constellation. She can control the race because she's got more than a 4 boat length overlap on Guillaume Charette, so she can control where Guillaume has to go, and he's got to get outside of that white water line to try to make up ground as Guillaume falls back to 3rd. Half a lap away from Martin Lalonde in the 751 as he brings the Lolo Racing down here into turn number 2 for the 4th and final time here in the Formula 2500. Oh, Guillaume has lost power. Charette's lost power on the backstretch. The 77 is broken down once again, but off the exit of turn number 2, final turn, final lap for the 751. And Mark Lalonde, he'll punch his ticket to the final later on this afternoon. Your winner of the Formula 2500 Constellation. 2nd place, great run for Stephanie Blaine. She'll come around and get 2nd place points here in the F Constellation. 3rd, we'll go to Tommy Shannon of Guillaume's got, looks like the 77 might have a fire on the 77. Saw a big puff of smoke come off for that 77. We'll get our rescue boat over to him as fast as we can. You see Guillaume on the backstretch. And we'll get our rescue boat over to him as quick as we can. But I don't see any more smoke right now. Guillaume's on the back of the boat checking it out as well. But your winner of the Formula 2500 Constellation is Mark Lalonde, and he will move on to the final. So he'll be the 8th boat in the 8 boat final. So he'll move on to the 8 boat final, be in lane number 8. We'll get Guillaume Charette on a tow rope and get him towed back into the pit area. Get him off the race course, and we should be able to go with our H350 first Constellation, as I already see to the left of us at the cranes. 350s being lowered into the water.
Hello again, race fans. Welcome back to the sunny shores of Lake Washington and the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Brad Luce here on the start-finish line. Hello to all our fans watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel and all of those folks here that are enjoying wonderful weather on the shores of Lake Washington for our 2024 summer festival known as Seafair. Our vintage boats have taken to the water now, and we've got 3 of them out there. We have the 1956 Miss Wahoo on the race course. We also have the 1962 Notre Dame hydroplane is on the water, and joining the field is the Winged Wonder, the 1973 Pay and Pack. 3 of the biggest names perhaps in the history of hydroplane racing. We were talking yesterday, John Walters and I, that if you asked good hydroplane fans to list maybe the 15 or 20 most famous boat names in the history of our sport, more than likely Wahoo, Notre Dame, and Pay and Pack would be on that list. But the list of people that are very important to Seafair and played such an important role in this event growing to what it has become today and being so strong for so many years, 75 to be exact. So many of the people involved in making it happen are no longer with us. So as our vintage hydroplanes take to the water right now on Lake Washington, we'd like to take this opportunity to honor our Legends Honor Roll, our Droulard Laps for Legends, and honor those who are no longer with us. The boats are coming across the start-finish line. I'm going to read a long list of names. I will start that after our Thunder boats do what they do best, which is provide the thunder. And we will all enjoy that sound. Pay and Pack on the outside. In the middle is the white and blue Notre Dame. And on the inside, the Miss Wahoo. The boats go down to the lower end of the race course, and let's take a moment to honor some of the people who were instrumental in making this event what it is today. Let your mind wander and think back through some of these names. Seafair would like to honor Arden Argader, Ed Allen, Fred Alter, Dan Arena, Jerry Bangs, Ole Bardall, Bill Bennett, Howie Benz, Bill Boeing Jr., Stacy Briseno, Bill Brow, Doug Brow, Buddy Byers, Rick Campbell, Bill Cantrell, Bob Carver, Dean Chenoweth, Jim Clapp, Wayne Cody, Phil Cole, Ed Cooper Sr., Tad Dagenhart, Bo Darling, Stan Dollar, Bill Donor, as once again our vintage hydroplanes come across start-finish line 3 wide, Wahoo in 1, Notre Dame in 2, and on the outside, the U-25, the Pay and Pack. Continuing on with our list, Paul Droulard, Roy Doobie, Sven Elstrom, Norm Evans, Lou Fagel, Danny Foster, Tommy Tucker Fultz, O.H. Frisbee, Colonel Warner Gardner, Bob Gilliam, Rick Gordon, Kim Gregory, John Geeson, Stan Hanauer, Bob Hayward, Dave Herensberger, Jim Hendrick, Walter Cade, George Henley, Chuck Hickling, Monty Holmes, Bob Hughes, legendary Keith Jackson, Anchor Jensen, George Johnson, Don Jones, Ron Jones, Ron Jones Jr., Ted Jones, Edgar Kaiser, Ed Carlson, Don Kelson, Jim Kropfeld, Ray Labrie, Fred Leland, Bernie Little, Red Loomis, Jim Lucero, Chuck Lyford, Rex Manchester, Orth Mathian, Ken Maurer, Niles Mayfield, Jim McCormick, Shirley Mendelson McDonald, Jeff Miner, Bill Muncie, Ron Musson, Roger Newton, Art Oberto, Pat O'Day, Bill O'Mara, Paul Parrish, Bob Patterson, Scotty Pierce, Don Poyer, Jack Ramsey, Jack Regis, Willard Rhodes, Jerry Rise, Leslie Rosenberg, Jack Schaefer, Colonel Russ Schley, Joe Shaneth, Lee Shaneth, Billy Schumacher, Stan Sayers, George Simon, Mira Slovak, Les Staudiker, Bill Stead, Bill Sterrett, Bill Sterrett Jr., Terry Sterrett, George Stratton, Joe Taggart, Joe Tate, Chuck Thompson, Ken Thompson, Terry Troxel, Leo Vandenberg, Skip Walther, Mike Welsh, Thomas Whitaker, Milt Wiggins, Don Wilson, Larry Wisney, Harry Woods, Lucille Woods, Steve Womer, and Bill Worster. Ladies and gentlemen, with the vintage boats in the background, I think it was only fitting that we use that as a backdrop to do our Drouillard Laps for Legends honor roll. These are people, I hope you recognized many, if not some, possibly all of those names of people who have made this event successful over the years, have given it the staying power over the years, and have it grow to what it is today. Drouillard Laps for Legends, sponsored by and presented by Beacon Plumbing. Fans, let's take a look at our schedule. That was our vintage hydroplane run. It was scheduled at 11:40. It came off at 11:40. Next up on our schedule is at 12 o'clock. Our U.S. Army Golden Knights will take to the air for their demonstration team when they are done at 10:25. We're going to set up and go racing H1 Unlimited style with our Heat 3A. But this is Brad Luce stepping away right now. We'll turn it over to the skies and we'll turn it over to Mark Christopher for the call. The U.S. Army Golden Knights are on deck.
All right, our first H350 Constellation boats will be making their way out onto the race course. Once again, just like we saw in the prior heat, the winner will move on to the final and occupy lane number 6. And the losers will go on the trailer for the weekend, 4:20 from the start. We have 6 scheduled to go here in H350 Constellation number 1. I know there have been some attrition in the H350 class today, so we'll have to see which ones make it out here for the Constellation. But just like we saw in the Formula 2500, you win this Constellation heat, you move into the final. If you do not win, you go on the trailer for the remainder of the weekend. First boat going off of turn number 2, that's Eric McKenna in the 999. The Black Beast as he comes across start-finish line. Next boat coming by, the H2, Richard Haydu in the Novo Racing out of Bohorn-Waal, Quebec. The boat on the inside, Fred Coutier, he came into the weekend your points leader in that H14, the Legacy 1. He's followed by the 113 of Louis Boudin. Tyler Cadats, the yellow boat, Citywide presents Awesome Secret out of Brookville, Ontario. And the final boat, Tommy Shannon, the 306. The Dog Nasty Tommy was 6th place in points. Missed out on making it directly into the final based off of time. There was a tie from 3rd all the way down to 8th. There was a tie of 64 points, and then it goes to the fastest times between those 5 boats. And unfortunately for Tommy Shannon, he was number 6. So he's got to fight his way into the final. Really tight battle between H350s all weekend long. When you got 17 of them here, every heat matters. So Tommy's going to be out there fighting to make it into that final later on this afternoon. Unfortunately, we've lost one of the big hitters. The 924, Patrick Hayworth, is out for the weekend. He's scratched out. He was unable to go earlier in the 3rd qualification round, and he's not going to make it out here for the Constellations or the final. He is scratched for the day. 140 to the start. Constellation number 1, 140 away. H350 Constellations. 350 cubic inch motors. Speeds upwards of 120 to 125 miles an hour. If you're just coming out, just a reminder, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. Race does not start to that clock on the start-finish line hit 0. We're 115 away from that, 115 away. You can see boats cutting the race course. Louis Boudin in the 113, another one cuts the race course, try to get back on his timing marks. He was off a little bit, so he had to cut back around and fall back in line. 1 minute to the start. H350 Constellation number 1. We will get them lined up for you as they head down here into turn 1. 6 boats vying for 1 spot in the final later on today. Lane number 1 here in Constellation 1 will be Tommy Shannon. He's the all-green boat, the 306. The Dog Nasty, he'll be inside in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Frank Coutier in the 14, the Legacy 1. He's the blue and yellow boat. He'll be in lane 2. Lane 3, the green and black of Eric McKenna, the Black Beast. Lane 4, the all-white boat of Louis Boudin. Lane 5, the yellow boat of Tyler Cadats, the 195 Citywide presents Awesome Secret. And on the outside, the blue and red checkerboard, Richard Haydu, the H2, the Novo Racing, as we're 13 seconds for the start. H350 Constellation number 1 as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, great start for Louis Boudin. He will lead him across the start-finish line in the H113, another one. Louis leads him down here to turn number 1. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn 1. So watch the boats on the inside. They'll use that shorter way to their advantage through this tight turn number 1. And Tommy Shannon, the 306, the Dog Nasty, he'll lead him off the exit pit of turn number 1. But right there on his outside, he's got Frederick Coutier running right there with him in the 14, and so is Eric McKenna. 3 boats within a half a rooster tail of each other as they head down here to turn number 2. Tommy Shannon picks up the left sponson as they head down through this apex of turn 2. Shannon comes off of turn number 2. We'll call it a 4 to 5 boat length advantage. 1 down, 3 to go. Shannon's your leader. Eric McKenna running in second. Frederick Coutier in third. Tyler Cadats in fourth. As we head back to the leaders through turn number 1, Tommy Shannon, the 306 Dog Nasty, trying to hold off the 999 of Eric McKenna. McKenna is flying hard on the outside, trying to make up ground. Frederick Coutier back in third has gone to the buoy row. They'll come off the exit. 1.5 in, 2.5 to go. And Tommy Shannon leads by, we'll call it 4 boat lengths. Over top of Eric McKenna running back in second position. Shannon, he picked up a victory earlier in the third round of qualifications. He's trying to go back-to-back victories here and make it into that 7-boat final later on today. 2 down, 2 to go, as it's starting to get a little bit choppy here on the Niagara. McKenna still runs in second. Fred runs in third in the 14. Tyler Cadats runs in fourth. But through the bottom end of the race, top end of the race course, excuse me, it's still the 306 Dog Nasty. He's got about a 4-boat length advantage over top of Eric McKenna, running back in second. We'll stick with the leaders as we're 2.5 in and 1.5 to go here at H350 Constellation number 1. Shannon leads, McKenna second, Coutier third. They go through turn number 2. Tommy Shannon, the 306 Dog Nasty, trying to make it into that 7-boat final. He'll come off the exit of 2. He'll look for the white flag this time by. 1 more lap around. 3 down, 1 to go. Tommy Shannon leads. McKenna still running in second. Frederick Coutier still runs in third. And our last chance qualifier to make it directly into that final later on today. Shannon leads through the apex of turn number 1 here on the 4th and final lap. Does Eric McKenna have anything left for him? 3/4 of a lap away for Tommy Shannon to make it into that final as he heads down the backstretch here on lap number 4 of 4. Shannon is your leader down into turn number 2. On lap number 4, Eric McKenna might be running out of time as they come through the apex of turn number 2 here on the 4th and final lap. And Tommy Shannon, the 306, the Dog Nasty, he'll come off the exit of turn number 2. Checker flag waves, and Tommy Shannon will make it into the final later on today. Second place will go to Eric McKenna. Nice run for the 999. Third will go to Fred Coutier. Fourth, Citywide presents Awesome Secret and Tyler Cadats. Louis Boudin will end up in 5th, and unfortunately we lost the H2. And Richard Haydu somewhere on the race course. So we have to get the 2 on the hook. We'll get him in. So Tommy Shannon, he'll move into that 6th lane for the final later on today. Up next, 3rd and final Constellation Heat coming up. H350 Constellation number 2 will be out on the water next to determine the final boat in the final. He'll be coming up here in just a few minutes.
Hello again, race fans, and welcome back to the shores of Lake Washington. It's the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. My name is Brad Luce. I am here with John Walters on the start-finish line. We are getting ready to go racing with our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. It will be Heat 3A. We've got 4 boats scheduled to go in the heat. Monitoring the H1 radio, all 4 of those boats are in the water. They are ready to go. From a boat standpoint, we'll strap in drivers and we will start a countdown from 10 minutes until our race. We are scheduled to go at 12:30. Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank Apollo Mechanical Contractors. Apollo Mechanical Contractors is proud to be a sponsor of Seafair. We believe in supporting events that enhance the lives of our community and help build people who build great things. Check out apollomechanical.com to learn more. Apollo Mechanical Contractors, thank you from Seafair. Seafair would also like to thank Barnhart Cranes. Barnhart Crane is one of the largest heavy lift and heavy transport organizations in the United States with over 50 years of service to our community and our customers. Barnhart prides itself on providing innovative solutions for its customers' needs. Seafair would like to thank Lumen. Strap in for high-flying, blazing fast internet with quantum fiber internet. Get symmetrical speeds up to 8 gigs at a great price. Learn more at Q, that's the letter Q.com. And today's air show, which will follow our upcoming heats of H1 Unlimited competition, today's air show is made possible by the Boeing Company. Each year, Boeing proudly partners with more than 300 community organizations in our state through grants and sponsorships. Thank you to Boeing for supporting Seafair for the last 75 years. Most organizations struggle to find effective IT solutions. Not with NetTech. NetTech has created an IT subscription program that includes the hardware, software, security, and support, so employees can focus on their work and owners can sleep at night. So we're monitoring the radio and getting close to a countdown for our Heat 3A, which is coming up here in about 10 minutes from right now. But this gives me an opportunity to talk about a new initiative that H1 Unlimited has undertaken. And H1 Unlimited has announced that they will begin with this weekend's 75th running of the Seafair on Lake Washington. They will kick off their Hydros and Heroes initiative. The organization will kick off Hydros and Heroes, where each unlimited hydroplane will carry the name of a fallen officer from the state of Washington. H1 Unlimited has teamed with Behind the Badge Foundation to identify the fallen officers and work hand in hand with their families to arrange not only for their names to be carried on the boats, but compliments of Beacon Electric and Beacon Plumbing and Strong Racing. They will also have a chance for those families to visit the boats in person. Custom decals have been placed on the uprights of each hydroplane at the base of each fairing to honor their respective fallen officer. H1 Unlimited and Hydros for Heroes, we thank all of those heroes and their families for their support and their dedication to our community. Hydros and Heroes from H1 Unlimited. I hear a lot of chatter in my ear. John, are you wired up? Have we been, we getting countdowns yet? How close are we?
Actually, we're getting really close. I don't think that we're far away at all. We've got all the boats in the water. Most of the drivers are strapped in. Canopies are still up on a few of them there, so we're waiting the countdown to 5 to the 5.
Very good. And while you were saying that, John, I happened to look at the monitor for those of us who are watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream. Mickey Washburn, our crackerjack pit cameraman, had the camera right on the fairing of one of the boats down there, and those online were able to see the name of a fallen officer in the line of duty and see how the names have been put on the side of the boats. Hydros and Heroes. There we go again for those of you online, getting a good look there at the the decal on the back of the boat for Sergeant Nelson K. Ing. Got his badge number on there. We salute all of our fallen heroes, the H1 Unlimited Hydros and Heroes Initiative, partnering with the Behind the Badge Foundation. Great shot there on the folks online. How about that, John? From
That's a beauty shot.
Up on the pit tower there, looking at 1, 2, 3 boats in the water. Oh, I can see the nose of a fourth one way over there on the left. You see the 91. The Mercury's Coffee's got the sling on them. They're not coming in for Heat 3A, but they will be ready for 3B. Let's take a look, John, at our boats that are going to come out and compete in our Heat 3A. We're going to start with a boat that needs points. In fact, our first two boats both need points. It's the U12, the Graham Trucking. It's going to be Bobby King behind the wheel. Going to be joined by the U35, Gutters by Keith, presents the Boitano Homes. Then a boat that really impressed both you and me yesterday, the U40, the Flavor Pack, Dustin Eccles behind the wheel. And, of course, the U91, Miss Goodman Real Estate. And I say, of course, because he's been so quick. He was our top qualifier, leader in national high points right now. But he got beat yesterday afternoon, so there is some intrigue for sure in our racing today.
He did. And every time these guys run, they're not only aware of what they're doing, but they're aware of what the competitors are doing, too. And it's a pretty small community here, and we don't necessarily share that information, but guys see things that can help their team as well. And the Goodman Real Estate boat won the first two races, was very fast over in Tri-Cities. Quick qualifier here again. Andrew Tate does a great job.
Yes, he does. And anytime you draw anybody with the name of Tate, you better buckle up a little bit tighter because you're going to have your hands full. So it will be the Graham Trucking. The boat is predominantly red and black, got a little bit of silver trim on it. Have we got Erica? I'm understanding we do have Erica Allreed in the pit area. Let's go down to her. Erica, take it away.
U40 pack bucket race team is incredibly hard on handling all season, and driver Dustin Eccles told me this morning they're finally there. That was full display yesterday for his first heat win of the 2024 season. He said the boat is loose to get over the slab the way he likes, not too loose where he's going to crash or do anything catastrophic to his race. Finally, medium with the boat, and it gives him much more confidence. Is much more manageable, and they now have that adjustability with the boat for different race courses, and it took them the first part of the season to learn what they needed to alter to get there. Between that and the recent gearbox changes, he couldn't be happier with his machinery's performance, so now it's up to him to work cohesively with it and put it out in front for he, the team, and their sponsors.
Thank you very much, Erica. Good stuff, as always, down there in the pit area. We are getting close to running our Heat 3A. Again, John, let's take a look at the boats. We got the U12, the Graham Trucking. That is the black and red boat trimmed in silver. It's driven by young Bobby King. Joining him in the field is a boat that is white, trimmed in green, got a black and white checkerboard effect above the sponson. That's the U35. Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes. That's going to be young Gunnar O'Farrell behind the wheel of that one. The U40, the Flavor Pack, it is bright yellow and blue. It will be in this particular heat. Those of you who are looking online at the 8-minute and 15-second mark will see that boat up in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Can't miss it. Brightly colored, the Flavor Pack, driven by Dustin Eccles. The boat was a rocket ship yesterday. We'll see if they can continue that today. And then it will be the black, gold, and white Miss Goodman Real Estate, the U91 Andrew Tate out of Canton, Michigan. He will be handling the driving chores. John, always a good sight when you get ready to go hydroplane racing and you see the patrol boats coming away from the dock and headed out to get situated on the race course, because we can't race until they're in place, and they're in the process of doing that right now.
That's absolutely correct, and we hope that we don't need those people out there, but sure nice to have them there. And as you mentioned, we absolutely cannot run this race without the safety people and the rescue people, divers, and everyone in place.
That is certainly for the safety of our drivers and everybody else here along Lake Washington. And we would like to remind our swimmers, if we've got some of them in the water, and the temperature is beginning to push northward here a little bit, so there may be some folks in the water. If you are in the water, we ask that you now start making your way to the shoreline, because boats cannot come out on the Ted Jones Racecourse until we have all swimmers out of the water. Parents, if you've got some kids down there enjoying the wonderful waters of Lake Washington, if you can have them come out for a few minutes, throw them a towel. We're going to go racing here in about 2 minutes. We're at the 6-minute and 50-second mark. Boats will come out on the race course at the 5-minute mark. And, John, something that came into play yesterday, we've got a new rule from a year ago that at the 5-minute mark, a crew member must have physical contact with the boat at the dock. And one of our boats yesterday jumped away from the dock a little bit quick. They did not have physical contact with the boat at the 5-minute mark, and they incurred a penalty and were radioed by the officials to move to the far outside.
They definitely did, and that's one of our new rules this year, is that a crew member has to have physical contact with the boat. That's in an effort to try and keep everybody, leaving at the same time, so no one gets an advantage based on pit position or dock position to get to that race course first and try to establish the lane they want.
So John and I have been talking this morning about a new start procedure, and we've got we've got a hold on the clock at 6 minutes, and I have to believe that has got to be a rescue boat related, because when John and I were talking, the boats were literally about halfway to where they needed to get, and now they look to be in that position now, and we're now being told by the officials that yes, that's what the hold was on the countdown. John, sometimes we make a comment here that we're not trying to make a moon launch here with one of these things, but I think with T-minus 6:01, we've got a hold on the countdown. Maybe it sounds kind of like a moon launch.
It does a little bit, and these things are pretty scientific, and actually we've got a fair amount of guys that are working on these things, helping to design, build them, and keep them safe that actually are rocket scientists, so it's not too far off base.
No, it is not. So we'll keep an eye on the clock. We're sitting at 6:01. I don't know if they'll re-rack it up to maybe 6:30 or 7. We will see what they decide to do. But we are just outside of 1 minute to the 5-minute mark for Heat 3A of the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. There's a lot of chatter, and they are resetting the clock. We'll see where they end it, and it looks like we are looking now at 6:50 and counting. T-minus 6:45 and counting. Do you like that, John? A little T-minus?
A little T-minus stuff. I like that. And I remember a boat in the days past that was called T+.
There you go. T. All right, so now we hit 6:46 and we stop the clock again. I guess they are checking the safety zone down in turn 1. Just make sure it is as it should be. There are 3 zones on this particular race course that the race boats cannot cut through. They can cut the race course from the back to the front and the front to the back in certain places, but there's 3 spots they cannot go through. Those are called safety zones. That's because there are patrol boats in those areas, and if you put your boat in one of those safety zones, that is an automatic disqualification. You are done at that point, and again, it is safety related. It's Heat 3A. We are close to starting the racing for our Heat 3A. Looking at the pits there on the monitor, we're looking right at the U-91, the Goodman Real Estate. Andrew Tate clearly is in the cockpit. Then beyond him, we see the 2 Beacon boats. They are in the water, and the Miss Apollo is in the water. They are going to run in our Heat 3B, but those boats are already in the water because, John, we're running these things, like I say, on the 20s. Every 20 minutes, we're going to start another heat. So these heats come quick. The boats for our next heat are already in the creek.
That's another thing that H1 has done over the winter time, and part of that came from the competition committee, and part of it came from the board of directors. The effort here is to keep boats on the water, keep it exciting, keep things moving, and keep things to where we don't have a lot of space with nothing going on here. And that makes it kind of difficult for the race teams to be able to turn around if they're in a back-to-back heat. You've got a lot of work to do in a short period of time, but that's what makes it fun. That's what separates the good guys from the guys that almost made it.
Absolutely. So, I'm seeing some comments out there that, not understanding perhaps why they may not be ready. They've had all morning to get ready. Well, the difference here is those patrol boats have to come off that race course while we are in air show related activities. So they didn't start out to get in their position until just a few minutes ago. So they are in position now. The countdown clock has resumed. 6 minutes and 30 seconds, 6:30 until the start. John, when the boats get out on the race course, we are going to review in detail the start procedure because it's a little different than what we've done in the past. But I think it has worked extremely well so far, and we'll see how it goes. But the first box that has to be ticked before the boats can make a legal start is they can't leave the dock until the 5-minute mark, and a crew member must have physical contact with the boat at that point, at the 5-minute mark. You explained it very well. That's so nobody gets a distinct advantage coming off of the dock. And for those who are watching online, you can see a crew member at the back of the U-12, the Graham Trucking, and he's got his hand on the left side fairing at the back of the boat. That is his job. He's got to hang on to that until such time as the clock says 5:00. We are at 5:40 right now, counting down to that 5-minute mark. And if we keep the camera right there, those online will be able to see the contact that the crew member must have. That's the first part of the puzzle, John. Then the next piece involves a score-up buoy, which is right here at start-finish line, and the boats have to be behind the start-finish line at the 1 minute and 15-second mark. We'll count ourselves down to that. Coming up on 5 minutes to the start of our Heat 3A, 4 boats will be ready to go here momentarily. We are inside 5 seconds to the 5-minute mark. 2, 1, mark. 5 minutes. Now they can take the hand off the boat there on the fairing. You see the boat begin to spool up. They push the rear end away from the dock so they don't make contact. And you just looked at the U-12, the Graham Trucking, those of you online, coming away from the dock. All our boats are coming away from the dock, and this is the 5-minute gun, and now it is time to go racing. Once again, here's who we're going to have in our Heat 3A. It's the U-12, the Graham Trucking, the boat driven by young Bobby King. It is black, red, and trimmed in silver. Then it's the U-35. Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes. Gunnar O'Farrell handles the driving duties on that one. The boat is predominantly white, trimmed in green with a black and white checkerboard effect on the decking. Then it's that bright blue and yellow U-40, the flavor pack. Dustin Eccles will be driving that one. And then it's the black, gold, and white Miss Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate out of Canton, Michigan. The boats, the Graham Trucking, the Boitano Homes, flavor pack, Goodman Real Estate. The start of our Heat 3A is just a couple of minutes away, and Seafair once again reminds you that for your own safety and the safety of those around you, everyone must be out of the water when the hydros are on the Ted Jones race course. Now it's time to get out of the water and enjoy the world's fastest race boats. John, I look up, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 boats. Everybody went up to the top end. Nobody cut across the course.
Yeah, everybody's coming off the exit pin up here by the bridge turn, and Bobby is on the outside there. Everybody's kind of lined up together there. I'd say they're running probably in the neighborhood of 120, 125 miles an hour or so. Kind of sizing up the water, trying to take a look at what lane they want to run in, and how's the best way for them to get there.
Well, so far as we look out across the water, Andrew Tate in the U-91, he's sitting on an inside lane, but we've still got 3 minutes. 3 minutes until the start. Just ahead of Andrew and out front of him on the right is Dustin Eccles in the U-40, but we had our first boat jump across to the other side. That's going to be Bobby King in the U-12, the Graham Trucking. He has jumped over to the backstretch, so if he wanted an inside lane, John, he could jump over and be on that inside lane on the buoy row. We'll see if that's what his plan is as we come up on 240 to the start of our Heat 3A.
And he could indeed, be able to run in that inside lane. It's a little bit different program that we're seeing here right now based on the start itself, but also Andrew Tate typically likes to start in lane 2 or 3. It's a little bit different to see him in the inside lane here. The inspector in me just happened to notice earlier today that they changed the skid fin this morning during testing, so they may have found something there.
And this is exactly what we saw yesterday from Bobby King in the U12 as he comes across the start-finish line now at a pretty good rate of speed. He's going to cut the race course down here. Come on, Bobby. Attaboy. He's going to cut the race course and come up behind everybody else. The other boats are not yet to the entrance pit of the corner at the top end. As we get to 2 minutes, they've got to be behind the start-finish line at 1:15. And they are going to cruise the rest of the way just like that, and they're at least going to score up with Tate in 1, Eccles in 2. I believe Gunner, he is sitting in lane number 3. That's Gunner O'Farrell in the U35, and I am sure Bobby King is going to come to the outside of those boats. Everybody so far coming slowly off the top end of the course, and if you're thinking they can't go below 80 miles an hour, oh yes they can. That rule is out the window. So what they are doing right now is perfectly legal. They just can't cross this line until $1:15. They are at 5 seconds until that. Now keep an eye on Bobby King coming on the outside, maybe coming with some speed. There's one mark. It is a clean score up. Certainly it was clean. We now get it officially that it was a clean score up. And now the boats are trying to just defend their lanes down there. They have not yet established their lanes. They will do that when they get to the entrance pin of turn 2. And for somebody to move in on somebody else, they're going to have 5 boat lengths of overlap. The officials will watch that very closely. Nobody is trying to give it a squirt and move out in front. John, I think they're going to stay just the way they are right now as they get to the top end of the course and the commitment buoy.
I would agree. At this point, they're going to probably pretty well be established in these lanes. As you mentioned, somebody could come zipping up from the side, from any place there, and as long as you get a 5 boat length overlap, you're able to move over and take another lane. This race course, the straightaways are so short. If you don't do that right at the exit pin, you don't have time, and you give up so much time on the other end of the clock. You really have to go slow at the starting line.
Our boats are bunched up at the top end of the race course as we approach 15 seconds to the start. It's about a 9-second run off the top end of the course. We are at 10 seconds now. See if these guys don't put the hammer down, and they are. Tate is in 1, Eccles in 2, O'Farrell in 3. On the outside is Bobby King. We are 1 second. Mark should be a clean start. Andrew Tate with a jump on the field. He's got a couple of boat lengths from lane number 1. Legally, the start was good. The officials have cleaned it. So down to the bottom end of the race course, Andrew Tate on an inside lane with a lot of boat speed and a jump. He's going to be tough to drive around, but Dustin Eccles is right with him. He's back about 3 or 4 boat lengths, John. Now it's all about acceleration and top end up the back chute.
Yeah, Dustin's got a lot of top end on him, but again, unfortunately, because the race course is so short here, he's not always able to use that. Andrew's going to be really tough on the inside. They're fast and very difficult to get around, and like I say, they've made some changes in the skid fin there, so I think that he's able to run right on the buoy line. You can see he slid out just a little bit more. Dustin's right on his hip there, a couple of boat lengths back.
Dustin is not going to go away. He's going to try and stay in that right side rear view mirror of Andrew Tate as he flies the 91 across the start-finish line and puts lap 1 of 3 in the books. Then it is Dustin Eccles still trying to give a valiant chase in that U40, the flavor pack. Then we go back to 3rd place. It's Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Holmes and Gunner O'Farrell, and then it is Bobby King and the Graham Trucking off the bottom end of the race course here on lap number 2 of 3. We are halfway through our Heat 3A, and now Andrew Tate has started to open up water. He's got over a full rooster tail on Dustin Eccles, and I'm expecting, John, we're going to see Dustin Eccles pull his foot here in a bit. This isn't where the big trophy is. You gave it a good run. I would suggest he probably is going to let Andrew go at some point.
I would think so too. They're going to take a look at the boat right here and maybe make some adjustments for the next one. Andrew's got everybody covered here right now. There's no reason to take an extra risk or hurt equipment. They're scoring enough points at this point so that's their ticket to the final, and that's when you let it all hang out.
Yeah, both those guys running 1st and 2nd are going to find their way in the final. 3rd across the line here as they start the final lap is Gunner O'Farrell driving that U35, and then it's Bobby King in the black and red Graham Trucking bottom end of the race course. Now it's a couple rooster tail lead for Andrew Tate. He got the jump on the field with a very good start, and he was on that inside lane. That spelled a victory here if he can hold it together. Tate at the top end of the race course. On the final time around, lap number 3 of 3, the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, our national high points leader. He will come down, look to his right, pick up a checkered flag. It is hanging in the center of the race course as well. Andrew Tate, U91, Goodman Real Estate will pick up 400 points here, at least on the water, with a victory in our Heat 3A. A good run here, and this boat is quick. This boat is really quick. The U40, the flavor pack. Dustin was back a little bit at the start and behind Andrew Tate. He was unable to run him down. Gunnar O'Farrell with a very good run in that U35. Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes, and then it's Bobby King in the U12, the Graham Trucking. 4 started, 4 finished on the water. That was the order. We have to remind everybody the boats do have to go through tech inspection. They will do that. There is a data acquisition box aboard each one of those boats. They will get back to the dock. A crew member or an official will get on that boat, pull that box out of the boat. They'll run it up the SEF partial up in the tech truck. He will look at a couple of points up there. He'll look at fuel flow, and he will look at what we call an N2, which is the output shaft of the turbine. You can only spin that output shaft so fast for lack of getting into some deep percentages and speeds and all that. But there are limits to how fast you can spin the output shaft of the turbine. That's what they will check. That information will be in the data acquisition box. John, what did you see in Heat 3A?
I saw a definite change there with Andrew Tate and the Goodman Real Estate boat. Yesterday they ran second, but they did that in lane 2. Again, this morning I saw that they were making some changes. He went out, and there was no question when they left the dock that Andrew wanted lane 1. Dustin, I think, thought that he had the top end, that he might be able to drive around him from on the outside there. So they're going to make some changes. I would guess they probably come down on propeller a little bit so that they can, have that punch combination when they come off the exit pin there. Gunnar, he looked better than he did this morning, and every lap he gets in the boat, I think he builds himself some more confidence and feels like he's becoming a racer now, not just a boat driver. And then Bobby back there, he's struggling because they haven't got much time on the boat. They did not run the first 2 races back east. They showed up in Tri-Cities. Unfortunately, were involved in a very bad accident. Fortunately, nobody was hurt, but the boat got beat up a little bit. And so rather than making changes and improvements, they were just making repairs to be able to get back to where they were, the starting point.
So our boats are headed back to the Stansares Memorial Pit area. And anything that I saw in that heat as we look online as Andrew Tate climbs out of the cockpit of the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. But the conversations I had with my party as we were driving down to the race course this morning, everything I just saw just supported what I thought coming down here, and that was that Corey Peabody, the last 2 times he squared off against Andrew Tate, he was inside Andrew, and Andrew was unable to get around him. Well, I think they just went out, and from what I saw, John, you talk about a new skid fin, new setup there. He definitely wanted to see how that boat would run in lane 1, because I think he knows he may have to be inside of Corey if he's going to beat him in that final. And to your point, I think what we saw from Dustin Eccles, he's going to have to go back and go, I've got to be more on time than I was if I'm going to have any chance of beating that gold and black boat from an outside lane. What does all that mean to me and what I saw? The 5-minute milling period before the final is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. There's going to be 3 races in the final. The one will be, fighting for the lanes and everything. And then with this new start configuration, like we've mentioned before, there literally are 2 starts in each heat now, which is the most exciting part of the race for most fans, and they get to see that. So now it's up to SEF if they can clear the truck back there with their, technical stuff. And like you mentioned, there's 2 things that are checked. N2, which is the speed, RPM speed of the power turbine assembly. These things, when they're rated from Lycoming at 15,300 RPM is 100%, so they're allowed 10% more than that. And they're allowed to go over that, for small amounts of time, like 3 seconds. If you get 3 of those violations in 1 lap, that's considered a flagrant violation and a disqualification. Then the fuel, these engines, run unrestricted fuel when they're in helicopters, and they're capable of making about 2,500 horsepower, depending on the model and the series. With these engines, we're making some changes. changes, doing some things a little bit different. We try to run them a little bit harder, a little bit hotter, and a little bit faster if we can. And that fuel flow is limited at 4.2 gallons per minute. There are flow dividers in there that are offered or provided rather by H1 that tests the high pressure and the low pressure fuel. That's monitored very closely, and again, you can be disqualified for using too much.
John, great description. I think Erica is standing by with our winner, Andrew Tate. Erica, take it away.
Andrew, a flawless execution of that race before the race to the checkered flags. So what was the strategy to project yourself out front early in that one?
Well, we've kind of stayed conservative, stayed clean, stayed on the outside. So it's time to go find out, get into lane 1 for this final. I think no one was really cutting or doing anything crazy, so we kind of just settled in and took it. But yeah, we know we can run there. We know we got a good boat. So on to the last one here.
And all season long, we've seen you favor lanes 2 and 3. And now, again, like you mentioned, we saw you get yourself into lane 1. So what prompted that change?
Oh, we got beat yesterday. Honestly, Seattle and Lake Washington, it's a rough race course. And if you can get to the starting line in lane 1 with boat speed, then you got a good shot at taking home the cup, so the Apollo Cup. That's kind of where we're at. That's kind of what our thinking was. So we know we got a boat that can stay in lane 1, which is, I guess a good measuring stick come this afternoon.
Well, a job well done in that one. We look forward to seeing you back out there later. Congratulations.
You got it. Thank you.
Erica, great job talking with Andrew Tate. Son of a gun, John, it kind of sounded like what we were just talking about. He wanted to go out there and find out what lane 1 was about, and if he could run in lane 1, clearly he can. Gee, there's a guy pitted just to the left of him named Corey Peabody who he kind of likes lane 1 too. This final heat is going to be good, and we're going to have 4 boats, I think, in lane 1. It may get a little tight. The milling period should be interesting. Fans, you're going to like this because we are inside 1 minute to the 5-minute mark for our Heat 3B. The boats in Heat 3B, the U1, the Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly will behind the wheel of that one. It is bright red, trimmed in yellow. He's going to be joined by his teammate, the aforementioned Corey Peabody in the U9, the blue and white Beacon Plumbing. Then it's the black, red, and white U11 Miss Mercury's Coffee with Jamie Nielsen, and the red, white, and blue, the Stars and Stripes on the U27, the Miss Apollo, and the winningest H1 Unlimited driver in the history of the sport, Dave Vilwalk. Boy, what would it mean for somebody, John, like Apollo, who's sponsoring the event, to have a good run here out of the Miss Apollo and pick up a heat win?
It's amazing for them, and that's not only it's good for the sport, it's good for the team, it's good for everybody involved. And I remember in the days that I was working with boats, driving boats, and even crew chief on some boats. It's a lot of pressure though on the boat team because it's your hometown, it's your sponsor's event.
We are inside 5 minutes. Boats are coming out on the race course, and that was the 5-minute mark, and now it's time to go boat racing. Here's who will be racing in our Heat 3B. The U1, the Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. Corey Peabody behind the wheel of the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Jamie Nielsen will handle the driving chores of the Miss Mercury's Coffee. That's the U11. And as John was just talking, the U27, the Stars and Stripes of the Miss Apollo, driven by Dave Vilwalk. The start of Heat 3B is just moments away, and Seafair reminds you that for your own safety and the safety of those around you, everyone must be out of the water when the hydros are on the Ted Jones race course. Now it's time to get out of the water and enjoy the world's fastest race boats. John, I've got a question for you. Corey's been running really good on an inside lane. I think he knows his boat can handle it. I think he knows he's got the speed to get in and out of the corner and to handle it. Does he take a shot and see what the boat will do on the outside here? What do you think?
I think there's some probability that he will. Other than the fact that your boat has to be extremely fast and maybe even faster than the other guys, or you have to make a great start to put your boat in a great position, you have to do more things. It's more difficult to run on the inside. You've got to have a boat that accelerates well. You've got to have a boat that's got good top end. You've got to be able to get to the first turn with the boys and be able to hold that lane when you get there. He seems to be able to do all of that, and you just saw that the Goldman Real Estate boat now also has the ability to do that. So Yeah, I would not be at all surprised to see Corey, maybe move out to lane 2 or lane 3 here, and probably JMK is going to move inside there in the other beacon boat and run on the inside.
Well, I'll tell you, it's starting to shape up right now like Corey's going to run in 2, because up the backstretch, Jamie Nielsen on the U11, the Mercury's Coffee, cut across the race course, and he's cruising very, very slowly down in turn 1. Again, the 80-mile-per-hour rule is gone. And now entering the lower corner, you've got coming up, you've got 3 boats grouped together. You've got Corey Peabody in the U9, that's the blue and white boat, that's the Beacon Plumbing. In lane number 2 is his teammate, that's the red and yellow boat, the Beacon Electric of J. Michael Kelly. And on the outside is the red, white, and blue of Dave Vilwalk. Now, as they come off the bottom end of the race course there and look ahead of them, their spotters are telling them that Jamie Nielsen is that boat they're seeing up in front of them. Jamie, in the Miss Mercury's Coffee, and I know for a fact, and there we can see it on the overhead shot there, Jamie's parked in lane 1. He loves lane 1, and I think he's going to try and hold it all the way down to score up, because they got 1 minute right now to kill before score up.
I think they will, and I think Jamie feels that he needs lane 1 in order to win here. I don't think that, from lane 3 or lane 4, he's got what it's going to take to be able to drive around these other 2 guys, the 2 Beacon boats in particular. Dave, I think, is looking for a good, clean lane, and he kind of likes to run in the middle. He usually likes to run in lane 2 or 3.
What we've been seeing so far today has been some very calm and quiet, for lack of a better term, milling periods before the score up. I can only assure you that is going to change dramatically before we go racing in the final. Coming up on 135 mark right now, 135, which means 20 seconds until the boats can cross the start-finish line to have a legal score-up. They must be behind the start-finish line here in front of John and I at the minute 15-second mark. It appears everybody is going to be well behaved. Here comes Dave with some boat speed on the outside. 2 seconds, 1 mark, 15 now, so should be a very legal score-up from where we're standing. It is a legal score-up. JMK carries a bunch of speed from lane 3 down to the corner, but he's not going to get overlap on anybody, John. I think this is going to be another well-behaved and quiet run up the back chute for the start.
I think so, too. They all got into that turn, at about an even speed there, and if someone was going to do that, I think they would have had a little more of a run from the exit pin to the score-up buoy here to be able to get that 5-boat length as quickly as possible. You want to get it before you get out of the turn.
So inside 40 seconds now to the start of our Heat 3B. It's the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. It's our final preliminary heat before we go racing in the winner-take-all final this afternoon. Last chance for some boats to score some points. Dave Vilwalk would like to score some solid points here. I know we'd like at least a third. Inside 20 seconds to the start. Boats are at the top end of the course. Lane number 1 is going to go to Jamie Nielsen. Corey Peabody is going to be in 2. J. Michael Kelly's going to be in 3, going to be Vilwalk on the outside. Inside 10 seconds, inside 5 seconds till the start. 2 seconds, 1 mark. Appeared to be clean, and Jamie Nielsen gets the jump on the field in the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee. It is a legal start. Now watch Nielsen with the lane position. Sometimes he's been known to get these guys on his hip and run away, but he's got a right side rear view mirror, and it's full of Beacon Electric and Beacon Plumbing, John.
It sure is, and Jamie does a great job on those starts all the time, and pun intended here, he's really got that thing percolating as he's headed for the next turn up there by the bridge. It looks like he's got some company on the outside there with Corey who's coming up on the outside real strong. Looks like he might drive around him here.
Top end of the race course, they're going to come off dead even. It is Jamie Nielsen on the inside and driving that U11 Mercury's Coffee. Then it is Corey Peabody in the U9 to Beacon Plumbing. But don't forget about J. Michael Kelly. He is on the outside. Kelly's got a lot of boat speed in that U1, the Beacon Electric. John, he's showing me some speed out there in lane 3.
He absolutely is. We saw earlier today in the testing that he picked up several miles an hour and ran the fastest laps of the weekend for their boat. So they're running really strong. Corey's got holding him inside of him, giving him a good clean lane, but he's kind of taking over the race here. J. Michael Kelly's coming up the outside in the other Beacon boat, and it looks like it's going to be really crowded when they get down to the entrance pin here. But so far, everybody's been really behaving themselves.
Top end of the race course, Corey Peabody got a lead, but he's only got about four boat lengths on teammate J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric. Kelly's running an awfully big race course, but he's trying to let his teammate know, I have got some speed out here in lane number 3. Coming down to pick up the white flag with one more to go. It's Corey Peabody driving a U9 to Beacon Electric. Teammate J. Michael Kelly staying right in that right side rear view mirror. Meanwhile, third place now belongs to Jamie Nielsen as he drops back on an inside lane. Going to be a tall order, John, for JMK to run down his teammate Corey Peabody.
It really is. This is a big, wide race course. It's really difficult to drive around people on the outside unless you're just extremely fast. You can see him coming up through the rooster tail there, and I'm sure that his spotters are telling him that he's got good, clean water. Go ahead and run wherever you want there in the fastest way around the course. Corey's got a pretty good handle on things right now. He's got the inside lane. He can move in and out if he wants to. He doesn't have overlap, so he can't move out far enough to push the competitors to the beach here. But at this point, I don't think he needs it. That boat accelerates so well off the corner. He's going to be to the finish line here real quick.
He's going to be here very quick, but J. Michael Kelly is closing on him. He's going to run out of real estate, but a very strong run. No pun intended again, John, for strong racing. The U9, Corey Peabody first. Second place goes to J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric. Then it is Jamie Nielsen in the U11 of Miss Mercury's Coffee. Dave Villwalk with a solid finish in fourth. John, I was pretty impressed with Mr. JMK in lane 3.
Yeah, and I absolutely am as well. And he has that ability. Like I've said before, he has the ability to come out of nowhere when you think that you've written him off and there's not much chance that he's going to be there. He finds a way to win. Remind everybody that this boat was upside down last weekend in Tri-Cities, so the crews had to work really hard to get it back together, make sure all the systems operate and work properly, make sure, most importantly, that it's safe for J. Michael Kelly and all the competitors on the race course here. So great job to everyone. It was a really fun race.
There's another thing that JMK, he has a pretty good knack of getting an inside lane. And what I just saw there, John, was, boy, if he puts that thing on an inside lane and if he can handle it, you got your hands full driving around that red and yellow one.
Yeah, I would agree with you there for sure. And, in that first heat there, we just saw the Goodman Real Estate boat run very well on the inside lane, and Seattle's always important to get the inside lane. Some people like lane 2 a little better so you don't get pinched and have to run right on the buoy line, but I think today you're going to see that the winner of this race is more than likely going to come from the inside lane.
So good racing in our Heat 3A and some terrific racing there in Heat 3B. I'm sure Corey's going to walk over to his teammate and his childhood friend, J. Michael Kelly, and say, dude, you were filling up my right side rear view mirror. You weren't going away.
Yeah, and that's another thing to remember. In the final, there's going to be 5 laps. So the extra 2 laps might have been enough for him to get up there and really push on Corey.
He was coming. So Heat 3B is in the books, at least on the water, and we did get word from our officials that everything was clean on the water. This is some new transparency that we're getting from the new H1 Unlimited officials. They are letting us know as soon as they do that they are not looking at any calls on the water. Everything was good on the water. The way they finished on the water will stand. It's only subject to tech inspection right now. So we will monitor the radios and make sure we find out when all 4 of our boats, as we're looking on the screen here, as Corey Peabody hops out of the U9, the blue and white Beacon Plumbing. Families are down there. Mike getting out of the boat on the left down the dock. Corey Peabody right there with his wife getting the helmet off. And our Erica Allreed will be there shortly. It's difficult down there on that dock. I know you see some pixelation for those of you who are watching online. We're doing everything we can with the equipment we have to get you a good view of that, and we will hopefully get a good interview here with Corey, and maybe we'll get fortunate enough to grab J. Michael Kelly as well. He drove a heck of a boat race, but the 400 points, assuming everybody clears tech, is going to land on Corey Peabody's boat. That'll be the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. good racing in Heat 3A and 3B. So now what happens is we'll run these boats through tech inspection, as we will for all of the boats in Heat 3A. In fact, everybody has cleared from Heat 3A with the exception of the U-35. Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes, and that doesn't mean they've had a problem with tech inspection. We just have yet to be advised they have cleared. Once that happens, then we'll clear the boats from 3B, and then when that's done, we'll total up all the points. The top 6 will be on the front row of a winner-take-all 5-lap final coming up later on today. So waiting here now for Erica Allreed to jump in and hopefully have Corey Peabody and or J. Michael Kelly. I'm being told by the H1 Unlimited live stream they are doing their best to find a spot down there where they can get a clear signal. So those of you here on the shoreline can be a part of an interview with our Erica Allreed and our Heat 3B winner, Corey Peabody. While we wait for her to come and join us, John, you've been here many, many, many times. Preliminaries are done. You know you've made the final heat. What do you do now? How did you used to prepare for a final heat?
Well, you know, we go over everything. You don't want to beat yourself.
Right.
You take a look at every nut and bolt on the boat and the engine and make sure that everything's fine. You go through a systems check. You make sure the starter works. You make sure the start fuel works. You make sure the igniters work. You take a look at all the wings and the wing fairings and everything to make sure that everything's in order. You typically try to, you know, just take a look at everything and make sure that everything's in good shape. I would always like to get, you know, things done a few minutes in advance so that we're not hustling trying to get the boat in the water for the 5-minute gun, and give the guys a little bit of a break. Take some water, take a deep breath, and let's get ready to go out and do some battle here.
So still hoping to catch up with Corey Peabody. As we see our patrol boats coming in off the water, that is what they do when we get ready to go to the air for the air show. Coming up here literally at almost any time will be our air show up in the air.
And I would say at this point in time that most of the teams know the combination they want to run in the final. They've got the engine in there that they're going to run. They've got the gear combination, and probably the biggest thing that's going to change is the propeller. These propellers are extremely expensive. They're made out of forgings these days. 3 blades. You're allowed to run maximum of 3 blades, 16 inches in diameter. The pitch varies depending on the amount of new gearbox that you want to run, and most of the things are, you know, the thinner you can make them, the faster they are, but the least amount of time that you have on them. And these propellers are running for about 100 minutes these days before they end up on a shelf or becoming a doorstop somewhere. So they're going to run a propeller that's a little bit thinner. That's probably, you know, designated a final heat propeller, one that doesn't have an awful lot of time on it, and they're going to throw everything in there. As my friend Bill Muncie used to say, in the final they're getting ready to play for all the money, marbles, and chalk.
It's funny you bring up that bit about the propeller and the thin propeller. When we smartened up and we started bringing in true color commentators like yourself to assist somebody like me who doesn't know near the level of information that you have from a technical standpoint. I first did this with Nate Brown. And Nate Brown and I got to talking about propellers, and he says, Brad, there's an old saying, thin is fast, but it won't last.
Yep.
So exactly what you were just talking about. It may not last very long, but man, it's quick. So if you can get 5 laps out of it, maybe that's all you need.
Yeah, there's special measuring devices, and the blades bend. They flex and move. Every time that thing comes in and out of the water, it flexes and unloads, and it loads and moves around a little bit. And as that metal starts to stretch and grow a little bit, the blades will move farther forward.
I think we've got Erica now, and hopefully she's standing by. With Corey Peabody. Erica, if you can hear me, take it away.
Corey, what a race for you and your team. How'd you find the balance of playing offense and defense in that one? Having to race forward and drive around the U11, but also protect as your teammate was coming on strong there on the end.
Well, you know, we know we got 2 fast boats. We know Jamie's fast, but, you know, it was all about getting through this collecting points and getting to the final. Beacon Plumbing did a great job. The Beacon Electric did a good job. Mercury's Coffee did a great job. Apollo, happy that their boat's out there, and thanks for their sponsorship on the race. But I think the bigger thing is the race for you guys to find internet connection here with you, trying to find doing this shimmy shake over here. But it was a good race. Happy to get the win, and looking forward to the final.
Certainly a job well done in that one. Congratulations to you. And now over to your teammate, Mike. We were chatting earlier, and you said when you pull a motor out of the back of the shop with cobwebs on it, you're never quite sure what you're going to get. But pleasantly, you've been surprised with the way it handled. It was just a matter of fine-tuning to find that speed. So just how satisfying was that drive as you drove up on your teammate to not only prove to yourself that the speed was there, but the rest of the field?
Yeah, no, I mean, it felt great. I mean, for 3 days, we've been trying to find some speed in this boat. This morning, we found some of that speed, so to be able to go out there, run on my teammate's hip, felt pretty good. Finished 1-2, says a lot for the Beacon Electric and Beacon Plumbing teams. They've been working hard, and you know, now it's on to the final, and yeah, I mean, we want to reward these guys for all their hard work during the week, putting my boat back together, and you know, just making these things fast and you know, safe for us to drive.
A lot to be proud of after that one. Congratulations to you both. We look forward to seeing you in the final. Guys.
Wow, what a great job, Erica, down there in the pit area. I was kind of hoping, John, she could grab both of those guys. And I thought it was really interesting for those of you watching, and I know we've got just the live stream people online here because we've had this step away from the PA here at Seafair because the air show is coming up. But John, you heard Corey make a comment about how we had to work around so we could get the internet to work and so we could get a signal, and I think he said something about a shimmy shake. But
Yep.
What nobody knows, except about 6 of us up here on the tower, you go back to the 1950s, John, and we had to put the little tin foil on the rabbit ears of the we had Gio Belcito standing on the edge of the pipes up here and to get the signal, and he started to come down, and Nick says, "No, Gio, don't move." And it was a throwback to the 60s. I'll tell you what, fans, I hope you can appreciate what we just did to get you that interview. And Erica, a great job. Good job by Mickey Washburn, the camera person. That's what it's all about, John. That's kind of fun.
It is. It's teamwork. And, you know, there's an awful lot of teamwork going on down there in the pit area. There's an awful lot of teamwork going on up here in the pit tower as well. So congratulations, and it's been a pleasure to work with everybody doing that sort of thing. So way to go, team.
Way to go, Team Gio. That was awesome. Sorry, I had to high five the man here behind us. We do have an update on our Heat 3A. Kim Meredith here has been monitoring the H1 radio. Everybody in Heat 3A has cleared tech inspection. So the finish order on the water, which was Andrew Tate in the U91 Goodman Real Estate in first place. Second place to Dustin Eccles in the U40 Flavor Pack. Third place goes to Gutters by Keith, presents Boitano Homes, Gunnar O'Farrell, and it was Bobby King coming home in fourth in the U12, the Graham Trucking. That's the way they were on the water. That's the way they came out of the tech truck. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We are looking now down to 3B and the Beacon Plumbing. The Beacon Plumbing, the U9, Corey Peabody has cleared tech inspection. So the Seth and his truck, John, they're working hard down there. They're getting our boats cleared as fast as they can.
Yeah, it's a big job. There's only one computer, one Seth, so it's got to go one at a time here. And he's gotten really good at being able to read that stuff quickly.
So, John, it's going to get really loud up here, and I think what we're going to do is step away from the microphones now. We will come back later on. We're turning it over to the air show. Brad Luce, on behalf of John Walters and the entire H1 Unlimited live stream team, will step away. We will come back with more action on the water. Stay with us.
Alrighty, here we go for the second and final consolation heat of the weekend. H350 consolation number 2. We should have 3 of them make the call. Unfortunately, here in this consolation, we have some scratches. The 924 Patrick Hayworth has scratched out. The 4 of Eric Allard has scratched. And the 21 Supernova of Mark Lalonde is also scratched out. Mark, they suffered a very large failure with the strut. The weld come loose from the strut, broke off the prop into the propeller, or I'm sorry, the prop into the rudder. So very big damage to the 21 sustained here this weekend. Unfortunately for those guys, they're going to have to get back to Valley Field and get to work on that boat to get it ready for Bahornwa. Our final race of the 2024 campaign will be in Bahornwa, Quebec, Labor Day weekend here in the States, August 31st, September 1st. That's where the champions will be decided. And right now, it's a pretty tight race in all 4 classes. Boat on the inside, that's the 773 of Martin Rochon. The boat on the outside, that's the 519 of Kent Henderson. Danny Leger in the 666. If you were with us for that 3rd qualification heat earlier today, Heat 3C, Danny had a great run in 3C. He picked up the victory with a dynamite start. So 3 boats are vying for the final spot. Lane 7 in the final later on this afternoon. After our consolation heat is completed, we'll go with our vintage hydros. We've got a couple vintage guys here this weekend that are going to come out and put on a show. All right. Don't forget to pick up your 50/50s. The final walkthrough right now for the Region 3 Rescue 50/50 drawing is happening right now. Watch for the guys and gals with the buckets. Get your 50/50 tickets. Final walkthrough right now. And we will draw that prior to the end of the day to determine who picks up that 50/50 win. 2 minutes to the start, 2 minutes away. H350 consolation number 2. Martin Rochon, Danny Leger, and Kent Henderson vying for that final spot in the final later on today. Once again, H350s, 350 cubic inch motors. They run upwards of 120 miles an hour. Very competitive class because everybody runs the same motor setup. The only differences are what kind of prop you choose to run, your skid fin angle, all the stuff to make the boat turn better and go down the straightaways a little bit faster. But you can't do anything to the motors compared to everybody else. So it's as stock as it gets here in 350 Consolation. Number 1. Danny Leger comes by, 112 from the start, 112 away. So as we said, after this H350 Constellation, we'll have our vintage boats come out, do a couple laps around, and then we'll be ready for the finals. We'll start with the 2.5 liter stock final, Formula 2500 final, H350 final, and then our Grand Prix final will round out the day. 45 seconds to the start. Constellation number 2. Martin Rochon in the 773. Team RTX will be in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Danny Leger in the 666, the Carpentech. Lane number 3 will be Kent Anderson, the Team Toban, the bank on it, the 519. That's how they'll line up. Rochon, Leger, Henderson, inside out, 23 seconds to the start. Everybody lined up in pretty good position here for the H350 Constellations. We're 13 seconds away. Rochon on the inside, Leger in the middle, and Henderson out in lane number 3 as we're 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Oh, Rochon stuffed it. He's out. Okay. All right. Good news is Martin is out of the boat. There he is. He's on the side of the boat. Good job. Whew. That was scary there for a minute. Rashawn stuffed it right here at start-finish line. And Marty got himself out. That was a very large impact right here at start-finish. Hit a roller, stuffed it. But a good job that Martin Rashawn was able to extricate himself out of the boat. That was a scary, scary wreck there for Rashawn. But that training and years of racing, Rashawn is a veteran racer, been around the sport a long time, was able to extricate himself out of the boat. And he's out. We've seen too many scary things in the last couple of weeks, so I'm glad to see that Rashawn's out of that boat. We'll take a break. Our rescue team will look at him, check him over. We'll get him into the pit area, make sure he's okay. But good news is Rashawn was able to extricate himself out of the boat. Red flag being displayed. The other two boats will maintain their position on the race course until they put the black flag up. Once they put the black flag up, we'll get those boats back into the pit area. But a scary situation right here at start-finish line as Rashawn stuffed it. But good news is he's out of the boat. He's going to be okay. And we'll go back racing here as soon as we get this area cleaned up. Stick around. We'll be right back. 250s run 350 cubic inches. Speeds upwards of 120 to 125 miles an hour down the straightaway. This is the 5-minute warm-up period. The race does not start to the end of this 5 minutes. Right now we are at 4:30 from the start of the race. First boat out of the pit area, 37 of Carl St. Vincent in the Bull Shark Racing. The boat on the inside, the 242, the LDC Construction. Jimmy King, the driver. On the outside, the 52 of Paul Barber out of Ottawa, Ontario. In the Legacy 1, the 666 Carpentech, driven by Danny Leger. He's the fourth boat to make his way out of the pit area. Here comes Mikel Tremblay in the H8. The last minute again. He drives for Bill Vilhauer out of Ogdensburg. Tremblay comes to us from Valleyfield, Quebec. Tommy Shannon in the 306, the Dog Nasty, has made his way out of the pit area. And we're just waiting on the 104 of Mark Lecomte to see if he can make his way out. That should be the 7 to make the call here for the H350 final. 7 boats across the line when they come down here to start finish. 3:30 from the start, 3:30 away. H350 final out on the race course next. And we'll be followed up by the 2.5 stocks, Formula 2500, and then the Grand Prix final. Still waiting on Mark Lecomte to bring the 104 out of the pit area. Hopefully Mark can bring it out. Right now we've got 6 of the 7 on the race course. We are 3 minutes, 3-minute mark from the start. Assigned lane format here in the H350 final. Boats out on the race course doing a couple timing runs. By now, in this part of the weekend, these guys probably have their timing marks down, but if they haven't been in lane number 3, for example, they need to do at least one timing run. You can see Carl St. Vincent doing one right now off the exit at 2, followed up by Tommy Shannon. All right, the 104 has made it. So all 7 have made the call, 2:30 from the start. All 7 boats out on the race course. H350 final. This should be a real good one. Jimmy King, obviously the favorite coming in here. The 242 LDC Construction has run really well here this weekend. Jimmy is substitute driving for his son. His son, Bobby King, is the normal driver of that boat. He's out in Seattle running the U12 Graham Trucking in Seattle Seafair on the H1 Unlimited racing circuit. 1:55 inside 2 minutes. Inside 2 minutes to the start of the always impressive H350 final. We'll go down the lineup for you once again. Here comes Mark Lecomte coming by in the 104. Mark's had a great weekend, that all-blue 104 as he heads down into turn number 1. He's followed up by Tommy Shannon, the 306 Dog Nasty. I think they have found they had struggled early on in 2024, but they are running really well here this weekend. Boats cutting the race course, that's a legal maneuver as long as you cut from the back stretch to the front stretch. And you cut in between the start-finish line and the entrance pin of turn number 1. So everybody's up early. They're all cutting. 107 to the start, 107 away. There is the 1 minute mark. 1 minute to the start. H350 final. Once they get on the backstretch, we will get them lined up for you from inside out. Lane number 1 will be the 242. The LDC Construction driven by Jimmy King. Lane number 2 will be Mikel Tremblay in the H8. The last minute again. Lane number 3 will be Carl St. Vincent in the 37, the Bull Shark Racing. Lane number 4 will be Paul Barber in the 52. The Legacy 1 out of Ottawa, Ontario. Lane number 5 will be Mark Lecomte in the 104, the Unit Racing. Lane number 6 will be the 306, the Dog Nasty. And on the outside will be Danny Leger in the 666, the Carbotech. We're 20 seconds for the start. H350 final. All 7 of them down here to turn number 2. Get your cameras out, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a good one. We are 13 seconds away. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. Paul Barber will lead him across start-finish line in the 52. Jimmy King's on the inside with Mikel Tremblay as well. Watch him as they fan out down here to turn number 1. King will turn left first in the 242, the LTC Construction. He's your leader through the apex of 1, but he's got a host of boats to his outside. King leads them down the backstretch in the 242. But right there is Paul Barber having a great run in the 52. Back about 3 boat lengths is Paul Barber. Jimmy King, lane number 1, the 242, the LDC Construction down here into turn number 2. He'll tiptoe through turn number 2. He'll hug the buoy rail. He'll come off the exit, come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down and 4 to go, and Jimmy King has opened it up. We'll call it 2 Rooster Tails. Paul Barber runs back in second. Mark Lecomte having a heck of a run in third. Tommy Shannon in fourth. Fifth, Carl St. Vincent, and sixth, Danny Leger. Mikel Tremblay runs back in seventh. Through the apex of turn number 1, and Jimmy King in the 242. He's already opened up by 3 full Rooster Tails over top of Paul Barber running back in second. We're 1.5 in and 3.5 to go here in the H357 boat final. Jimmy King leads it down into turn number 2 on lap number 2. Barber runs in second, Lecomte in third, Shannon in fourth. Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. Jimmy King using a lot of wing as he comes down the front stretch, that 242 LDC Construction. 2 down and 3 to go. Paul Barber running in second. Mark Lecomte runs in third. Fourth position is the 306, the Dog Nasty and Tommy Shannon. Fifth position, Carl St. Vincent in the 37. The Bullshark Racing, Danny Leger runs in sixth, and Mikel Tremblay runs in seventh. We are halfway through the H350 final. 2.5 in and 2.5 to go. And Jimmy King, out of the state of Michigan, drives the 242 LDC Construction down here into turn number 2 on lap number 3. He's got a comfortable 2, almost 3 Rooster Tail advantage over top of Paul Barber, runs back in second position. 3 down and 2 to go here in the 350 final. And Jimmy King is your leader. Paul Barber runs in second position. Third, Mark Lecomte. Tommy Shannon trying to move up on his inside. Runs back in fourth. Fifth is still Carl St. Vincent, Danny Leger in sixth, and Mikel Tremblay in seventh. Down the backstretch here on lap number 4 of 5. 3.5 in and 1.5 to go. And it's Jimmy King, the leader, down into turn number 2. Half a straightaway advantage over top of Paul Barber, running back in second, and Mark Lecomte in third. Through turn number 2, Jimmy King will see the white flag this time by. Signifies 1 more lap around the Niagara for the 242 LDC Construction and Jimmy King. Second position is the 52 of Paul Barber. The only battle really on the race course is for third. Can Mark Lecomte hold off a hard charger Tommy Shannon for that third and final spot on the podium? But down the backstretch here on lap number 5 of 5, Jimmy King half a lap away from the H350 final win as he heads down into turn number 2. We'll call it 4 Rooster Tails over top of Paul Barber, runs back in second. But through the apex of turn number 2, final turn, final lap, the H242, the LDC Construction, Jimmy King, out of the great state of Michigan, he'll take the victory in the H350 final. Second place, we'll go to the 52. Great run for Paul Barber. Second place here in North Tonawanda. Third, Mark Lecomte, another great run for Mark in the 104 of the Unique Racing. He'll complete the podium. Fourth place will go to Tommy Shannon. Tommy made it in through the consolation. He'll get fourth. Fifth will go to Carl St. Vincent in the Bullshark Racing. Sixth will go to Danny Leger. And Mikel Tremblay will round out the field in seventh in the H8 last minute again. But congratulations to the 242, your unofficial winner, unofficially, of the H350 final, Jimmy King, the 242 LDC Construction. All right, 5-minute gun has sound, and for the 8-boat 2.5 liter stock final, 8-boat 2.5 liter stock final making their way out onto the race course. Once again, if you weren't with us earlier, this is the quote-unquote beginning class in 2.5 is the 2.5 liters. If you are just getting into the sport of inboard racing here in the HRL, you'll run in this class. Or if you've been out of the sport for a little while and you decide to come back in, you will run in this class as well. So 2.5 liter stocks out on the race course. We should have 8 of them make the call. First boat coming through the bottom end of the race course will be the 57, the Hal, driven by Matisse Gabriel Chason. He'll be followed up by Dominic Millette in the 22, the all-in. The 2 is Jacob Hainu in the S2 Novo Racing. The boat on the inside, the 50, Ken Brody the 3rd. To his outside, the 74, Matthew Brown. The Derek Anderson in the 25. Then you have Ben Topin in the 104 D-Rock Racing, and Austin Hayes rounds out the field. The final boat across in the 35, the TM Special. All 8 have made the call for the 2.5 liter stock final here in North Tonawanda. Once they come around one more time, we'll start to get them lined up for you. 2.5 liters run a 2,300 cubic centimeter motor. Speeds upwards about 100 miles an hour here on this race course. The record is right up around 115, but we're not going to get anywhere close to that here today. Good to see that we were able to get the final out on the water for the 2.5 liters. These guys have worked really hard this weekend to make it into this final. 9 boats showed up. 8 of them are going to run here in the 2.5 liter stock final. Jacob Hainu, the S2 Novo Racing, he came into the weekend with the points lead, and he's pretty much had a pretty good weekend. He comes into the final tied in points with Matisse Gabriel Chason, but because he had the faster time over the weekend, he will be in lane number 1 for the final. Under 2 minutes, 2 minutes to go. 2.5 liter stock final. This final will be followed up by the Formula 2500 final, and then we'll close out the day. We'll close out the day with the Grand Prix final here this afternoon. 1:35 from the start. 1:35. All right, inside of 120 to the start. Once they get on the backstretch, we will get them lined up for you. Ultimate goal, obviously, if you've been following us all weekend long, at the end of this 1 minute and 6 seconds is to be right here at the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. In lane number 1 for the 2.5 liter stock final will be the S2 Jacob Hainu out of Beauharnois, Quebec, Canada. Lane number 2 will be the 57, the Howe, Matisse Gabriel Chason. Lane number 3 will be Ken Brody III. In the 50, the Senseless 15, Austin Hayes will be in lane number 4 in the 35, TKO Racing. Ben Topin will be in lane number 5. Lane number 6 will be Matthew Brown, the 74. Lane number 7 will be Dominic Millette in the 22, the all-in, and Derek Anderson will be in lane number 8 in the 25, the Canadian Tire. That's how they'll line up. Hainu, Chason, Brody, Hayes, Topin, Brown, Millette, Anderson, inside out. As we're 14 seconds to the start, 2.5 liter stock final. So we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark and Dominic Millette, he'll lead him across start finish line. Jacob Hainu hit a roller as he came off of turn number 1, and he's way back. Matisse Gabriel Chason will lead him down into turn number 1. We'll go 5 times around here in the 2.5 liter stock final. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of turn number 1. Chason is your leader. On his outside was Derek Smith. Ken Brody III is stuck in there as well. They'll come down the backstretch here on lap number 105. Chase on leads. Millette in second. Brody on the inside is in third, with Derek Anderson on his outside in fourth. Down the backstretch here, it's really rough as they head down here to turn number 2 on lap number 1. Chase on in the 57. He's your leader. Ken Brody, the third, doing a nice job. Moves up on the inside, and Brody will take over second position here on turn number 2 on lap number 1. They'll come off the exit pit at turn number 2 to complete lap 1. 1 down and 4 to go here in the 2.5 stock final. And Chase on leads, and Brody has moved into second. A nice run right here for the 50 team running up in second position. Third is Dominic Millette. Fourth, Jacob Haydu. Fifth, Topen. And sixth is Derek Anderson. Seventh is Austin Hayes. And eighth is Matthew Brown. As they go down here to turn number 1 on lap number 2. Really rough for these little boats as they come up the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. And it's Baptiste Gabriel Chason, the S57, the Howe. He's your leader over top of Ken Brody, the third, running back in second in the 50. Look at Jacob Haydu. Haydu was late at the start. He's made up a lot of ground. He's all the way up to third. We're 1.5 in and 3.5 to go here in the S boat final. And Matisse Gabriel Chason will bring it through tight turn number 2 with about a 2 rooster tail advantage. They'll come across start finish line to complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down, 3 to go here in the S boat final. Chason is your leader. Ken Brody the third, having a nice run in second position in the senseless 15. Third is the 2, the Novo Racing of Jacob Haydu. Dominic Millette is back to fourth in the 22. Derek Anderson is moving up on the inside in the 25. He'll move up into fourth position, with Austin Hayes running back in fifth and Ben Chopin in sixth. And Matthew Brown rounding out the field in eighth. Halfway through the 2.5 liter stock final, and Matisse Gabriel Chason, he'll lead him down here into turn number 2. We'll call it a half a straightaway over top of Ken Brody the third. Running back in second as Jacob Haydu has got himself up into third. So Matisse Gabriel Chason will come through the apex of turn number 2 with a nice comfortable 3 rooster tail advantage. He'll come off the exit pit and complete lap number 3. 3 down, 2 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock final. Chason leads. Brody the third runs in second. Third position is the S2, the Novo Racing. Look at Derek Anderson. He's really charging hard. That 25 Canadian Tire moved up on the inside of Jacob Haydu. And Derek Anderson trying to make up ground to move up on the podium as they head down here to turn number 1 on lap number 4. Fifth position will be still Dominic Millette. Austin Hayes runs in sixth. Seventh is Ben Topan, and eighth is Matthew Brown. 3.5 in, 1.5 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock final. And Matisse Gabriel Chason will bring him down into turn number 2 on lap number 4. He's still got a nice, comfortable 3 rooster tail advantage over top of Ken Brody the third. Jacob Haydu is making up a little bit of ground as they go down to that tight, trying to tiptoe through that rough turn number 2. But white flag being displayed on the race course. One more lap around for Matisse Gabriel Chason in the 57, the Howe. Ken Brody running in second position. Jacob Haydu moves out to about lane number 4. Running in third. Derek Anderson runs in fourth. Austin Hayes moved up into fifth in the 35. The TQ Racing with Dominic Millette moving back to sixth. Seventh, Metro Penn in eighth is Matthew Brown. Down the backstretch, half a lap away from Matisse Gabriel Chason. He's your leader down the backstretch. We'll call it half a straightaway over top of Ken Brody the third. Look at the battle for, or Ken Brody's in second. Look at the battle for third between Derek Anderson on the inside as Jacob Haydu on the outside. Battled out for that final spot on the podium here in the 2.5 liter stock final. But through the apex of turn number 2 for the 5th and final time off the exit pin, the S57, Matisse Gabriel Chason. He'll come around, he'll get the checker flag, and your unofficial winner of the 2.5 liter stock final, Matisse Gabriel Chason. Great run for the 50 team. Ken Brody the third, he'll come across in second. Third, we're going to Jacob Haydu. Fourth to Derek Anderson. Fifth, we'll go to Austin Hayes. Sixth, it looks like Dominic Millette will hold on to sixth position. He's coming through turn number 2 right now. Ben Topan will come around and get seventh. And Matthew Brown will round out the field in 8th position. So congratulations to the team, 57 team, your unofficial winner of the 2.5 liter stock final here at Thunder on the Niagara. But here comes Brody once again. Ken Brody mark. 5-minute gun has sounded. 5-minute gun has sounded. Formula 2500 final. 8 boats will be making their way out of the pit area for the Formula 2500 final. Can local driver Eddie Campus cap off the weekend with a win in his hometown race final. First boat out, Grant Liddicoat in the 97. Here comes Mark Lalonde, the 751. Eddie Campus in the 500. Comes across start-finish line. The senseless 16. The 113, another one. Driven by Sam Tremblay is the 4th boat out of the pit area. 5th boat out. Kevin Smith, the 26, the Dreamweaver. He's followed up by the all-orange craft, the 92 of John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland. And the final boat, Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana. Those are the 8 boats for the final. We're waiting on the 555, and here he comes, Mikel Tremblay. He'll be the 8th and final boat out of the pit area, the Happy Sunny. The F555 makes his way out onto the race course. So all 8 have made the call. We are 3 minutes and 45 seconds from the start of the Formula 2500 final here at Thunder on the Niagara. Here comes Mikel Tremblay coming by. Here's Grant Liddicoat, the driver out of Suffolk, Virginia, in the 97 Descendant. He's having a really, really good 2024. Mark Lalonde, he won the consolation heat earlier today. He will be in lane number 8 for the final. You saw Eddie Campus and Sam Tremblay coming by on timing runs. Kevin Smith in the 26 Dreamweaver out of Peabody, Massachusetts comes by on a timing run. Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana, and John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland come by start-finish line on timing runs as well. All season long, we've been talking about the Honda power versus the Ford power here in the Formula 2500. And it's pretty evened out throughout the season. We all thought maybe the Hondas would dominate, but that hasn't been the case. As Grant Liddicoat in that 97 running a Ford has picked up some wins here in 2024, and so has John Shaw. He's picked up some wins in that 92. So what we thought was going to be a dominant year for the Hondas hasn't really turned out to be. But the Honda's got lane 1 here this weekend. We'll see how he does. As we are 2:25 from the start, Formula 2500 final, 2:25 away. Once again, if you've been with us all weekend long, the race does not officially begin to the end of that 5-minute countdown, and we are 2 minutes and 7 seconds away from that 8-boat final coming to fruition here. 2 minutes to the start. Formula 2500 final. All 8 have made the call. Once they come around one more time, we'll get them lined up for you. Lanes assigned based off the points they've accumulated throughout the weekend. We'll determine the lane assignments here for the Formula 2500 final. Can Eddie Campus hit his start? Can he lead from wire to wire? Or will one of the boats to his outside be able to drive around him here in the rough waters of the Niagara River? 120 from the start, 120 away. As everybody's going to gather down here along the front stretch, down into turn number 1. And we will get them lined up for you with 1 minute. 1 minute, 60 seconds to the start of the Formula 2500 final. Lane number 1 will be the F500. Eddie Campus out of Grand Isle, New York. The local driver trying to win the final in his hometown race will have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be Grant Liddicoat, the 97 Descendant out of Suffolk, Virginia. Lane number 3 will be John Shaw in the 92, the Tenacity out of Centerville, Maryland. Lane number 4 will be Sam Tremblay and the another one, the 113 out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Lane number 5 will be Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana. Lane number 6 will be Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts. Lane number 7 will be Mikel Tremblay in the Happy Sunny, and on the outside will be Mark Lalonde in the 751. 8 boats across. We are 17 seconds from the start. Everybody's up just a little bit early. As they start to fan out, we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Wow, that's really tight. We'll have to wait and see. The boats on the outside might have been there just a tick early. We'll have to see how they all shake out as they head down here to turn number 1 on lap number 1. Remember, we go 5 times around here in the Formula 2500 final. And it looks like to the outside, Grant Liddycote and John Shaw, your leaders off the exit of turn number 1 with Eddie Campus inside in lane number 1. Down the backstretch they go. It is Grant Liddycote on the inside and John Shaw right there on his outside. They're your leaders down into turn number 2. So Shaw leads, Liddycote runs in second, and Campus runs in third. The top 3 coming into the final are your leaders to the apex of turn number 2. Liddycote on the inside and Shaw on the outside. They'll come down to complete lap number 1, and John Shaw, the S92, the Tenacity. He's your leader. 1 down and 4 to go. Grant Liddycote runs in second. Third position, Eddie Campus. Grant Hearn runs in fourth. Fifth, the 113. Sixth, the 26th of Kevin Smith as they head down into turn number 1 on lap number 2. John Shaw is your leader with Grant Liddycote running back in second. Shaw comes up the exit of turn number 1. It'll be about a rooster tail advantage down the backstretch for John Shaw. The 92, the Tenacity from Centerville, Maryland. He is your leader. He drives for Al Thompson out of Seafair, Delaware. 2 rooster tail advantage to the 92. The 97 of Grant Liddycote runs in second. Eddie Campus in third. Through the apex of turn number 2, come around and complete lap number 2. To be 2 down, 3 to go here in the Formula 2500 final. And John Shaw, he leads. We'll call it 2 rooster tails over top of Grant Liddycote running back in second. Eddie Campus running in third. Samuel Tremblay, he runs in fourth. Fifth is Grant Hearn. Sixth is Kevin Smith. Seventh is Mikhail Tremblay. And eighth is Mark Milan. Halfway through, 2.5 in, 2.5 to go. John Shaw, he is your leader down the backstretch here on lap number 3. Grant Liddycote runs in second. The 500 runs in third. Down into turn number 2 here on lap number 3. The 92, the Tenacity, will come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. It'll be 3 down, 2 to go. John Shaw is your leader. Over top of Grant Liddycote. Look at the move by Sam Tremblay. Moves up on the inside. Samuel Tremblay and Eddie Campus battled out for that final position on the podium. Campus got really light as he come across start finish line, and that allows Sam Tremblay to move up on his inside and take over third position. So Tremblay and Campus battled out for that final spot on the podium as they go through turn number 1. But we are 3.5 in. We've got 1.5 to go. And John Shaw has got a 2 rooster tail advantage down the backstretch over top of Grant Liddycote in the 97 Send It. Looks like Sam Tremblay's moved up into third with Eddie Campus back to fourth. Coming off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 4. White flag being displayed. 1 more lap to go here in the Formula 2500 final. And the 92 Tenacity, he's your leader. We'll call it 3 full rooster tails over top of Grant Liddycote runs back in second. Samuel Tremblay moves up to third with Eddie Campus back to fourth. Down into turn number 1 here on lap number 5 of 5. The S92, the Tenacity, and John Shaw off the exit of turn number 1. Comfortable 2 full rooster tail advantage. Half a lap away from the final victory here at Thunder on the Niagara as he heads down the backstretch with about a 2 to 3 rooster tail advantage over top of Grant Liddycote running back in second and Sam Tremblay in third. Final turn, final lap for the Formula 2500 final. The F92, John Shaw going to come out to about lane number 4. He'll come up the exit of turn number 2. Checker flag waves. The S92, John Shaw, your unofficial winner of the Formula 2500 final. Second, we'll go to the 97, the Send It, and Grant Liddycote. Third, we'll go to Sam Tremblay in the 113, another one. Fourth position, we'll go to the 500 and Eddie Campus. Fifth, we'll go to Grant Hearn in the 14, the Legacy 1. Sixth, we'll go Kevin Smith. Seventh, to Mikhail Tremblay in the 555, the Happy Sunny. And Mark Lalonde will round out the field in 8th position in the 751 Low Racing. So unofficially, your winner, the 92, the Tenacity, John Shaw, the driver, Al Thompson, the owner, the winners of the Formula 2500 final. We'll wait and see if there's any calls. Make it official. Right now, unofficially on the water, the 92, your winner, 97 in second, and the 113 in third. That's your podium here at Thunder on the Niagara. All righty, here we go, race fans. It's the time for the Grand Prix final. We are 3:45 away from the start. Boats have made their way out of the pit area. All 5 have made the call. Unfortunately, we have lost the GP35 and Bobby Kennedy He suffered a hole in the side of the boat during Heat 3B. He's not going to be able to go. But we got 5 of them with the first boat coming across start-finish line. That'll be the GP50. Ken Brody out of Grand Isle, New York. Ken Lupton in the 577 follows him across start-finish line in the Miss Lucas Oil. Jack Lupton in the 33 Lupton Motorsports comes across start-finish line. Kent Henderson drives the 71, the Wild One, out of Brookville, Ontario. And the final boat down the backstretch into turn number 2. The Silco Racing 212. Eric Longevan, he's the driver. All 5 have made the call. We are 2:42 from the start. Final race of the day, 468 cubic inch blown alcohol motors. The largest automotive hydroplane on the planet. Ready to do battle here for 4 laps to determine the winner of Thunder on the Niagara here this afternoon. Jack Lupton picks up the left spots as he comes across on a timing run. Here comes Kent Henderson. Miss Liberty, the Wild One, sponsored by Liberty in a Can. Ken Brody in the GP50 looks like he's going to take a timing run through turn number 2 in the Freedom as he comes off the exit of 2 down here to start-finish line. And the GP50 will take a timing run across start-finish. 1 minute, 40 seconds from the start. Our Grand Prix final. The final race of the weekend here at Thunder on the Niagara. For everybody tuning in around the world on our YouTube page, we appreciate it. For everybody here at Grant Witt Park, we thank you for sticking it out with us. As we've got 5 of the fastest inboard hydroplanes on the planet out here ready to do battle. We are 1:10 away, 1:10 from the start of the Grand Prix final. White flag, 1 minute to go, 1 minute. GP final. It's what they all come to do. They all come to race Grand Prix Hydros. We've got 5 of the best in the world ready to go here this afternoon. We're 45 seconds from the start. Let's get them lined up for you. Lane number 1 in the 577 out of Waverly, New Zealand will be Ken Lupton. In the Miss Lucas Oil, he'll have the coveted lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be his brother Jack. Jack Lupton in the 33 Lupton Motorsports will be right to the outside. The 2 Waverly, New Zealand drivers will be side by side in turns 1 and turn 2. In third position will be Ken Brody in the 50. Lane 4 will be Eric Longevan, and lane 5 will be Kent Henderson. We are 14 seconds away. They start to get on it as they go down here into turn number 2. Let's count it down together. We are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. Ken Lupton will lead him across with Ken Brody on his outside. They got to leave a lane in there for Jack Lupton as they head down into turn number 1. We'll go 4 times around here in the GP final. And it's Kenny Lupton off the exit at turn number 1. He'll lead him. His Brody's right there on his outside. And Jack Lupton's stuck in the tunnel. 3 of them within a rooster tail as they head down the backstretch here on lap number 1 of 4. Ken Lupton is your leader through the apex of turn number 2, but Ken Brody is really pushing hard on the outside. The GP50 Freedom is running hard in second. They'll come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go here in the GP final, and Kenny Lupton walks away just a little bit. We'll call it a rooster tail advantage over top of Ken Brody running in second. Jack Lupton in third, Ken Henderson in fourth, and Eric Longevan in fifth. Down into turn number 1 on lap number 2. It's still Lupton is your leader, but Brody, he's within 1 rooster tail as they head down the backstretch. 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the GP final. Kenny Lupton in the Miss Lucas Oil, he is your leader, but Ken Brody is not giving up as they head down here into turn number 2. They'll come around turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. We'll put 2 in the books, 2 down, 2 to go. The GP 577 and Ken Lupton, he's your leader, but it's only a rooster tail separating first and second as they come across to complete lap number 2. Lupton leads, Brody's in second, Jack Lupton's in third as they head down into turn number 1 on lap number 3. Kenny Lupton, it's getting really rough down there in turn number 1. You can see the boats hopping and skipping all over the place. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go. We're still not done yet. Ken Lupton leads, but Ken Brody is trying his best. He's on the outside. He would love nothing more but to win here at Thunderland in Niagara. He's got 1 lap to do it. We are 1 lap away. White flag being displayed, and Ken Lupton, he is still your leader. Ken Brody is running really hard in second. Dan Brody is really trying, running back in second position to make up ground, but it is so rough down here in turn number 1. Makes it really hard to make up any ground on the leader. Lupton leads, but here comes Brody once again. Ken Brody is trying his best to make up ground. We're half a lap away here in the GP final. Lupton and Brody. Here comes Brody on the outside. Brody's going to make a race of it as he head down here into turn number 2. Lupton leads, but Ken Brody is right there on the outside, really battling hard. Off the exit of turn number 2, it'll be Kenny Lupton will win it. The 577 takes the checker flag. Ken Brody, man, he really tried hard. In the 50, he'll take second. Third, we're going to Jack Lupton. In the 33, the Lupton Motorsports. Fourth, we're going to Kent Henderson in the Wild One. And fifth, we're going to Eric Langevin in the 212, the Silco Racing. But what a race between Ken Lupton and Ken Brody. Lupton wins it by about 3 boat lengths when it was all said and done. But your unofficial winner will be the 577, the Miss Lucas Oil, and Ken Lupton. He'll take the win. Ken Brody will end up in second, and third will be Jack Lupton in the 33, the Lupton Motorsports.
Hello again, race fans, and I hope you have enjoyed the most recent portion of our Boeing Air Show. Now it's time to take the eyes out of the sky and put them on the water. We are getting ready for the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. It is the final heat. The preliminaries are in the books. Qualifying is in the books. Testing's in the books. There's only one thing left to do, and that is decide who is going to walk out of here with the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. We have our final field. It is set. Let's quickly run it down. We're going to have 6 boats on the front row of our final heat. We're going to go 5 times around the Ted Jones race course. We will have a 7th boat as a trailer starting 10 seconds behind the field. The 6 boats on the front row will include the U1, the Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly. It will include the U9, Beacon Plumbing, and Corey Peabody. The U11, Miss Mercury's Coffee, and Jamie Nielsen. The U27, the Miss Apollo, and Dave Vilwalk. The U40, the Flavor Pack, Dustin Eccles. And rounding out our 6-boat front row, the U91, the Miss Goodman Real Estate, and Andrew Tate. Our trailer boat will be the U35, the Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes, driven by Gunnar O'Farrell. Those are the 7 boats that will be on the water and the 6 that will be on the front row. That's the story as we get ready for the final heat of the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. But from the story from the pit area, let's go down to Erica Allreed at the Stan Sayers Memorial Pits.
Thanks so much, Brad. When chatting with the drivers this weekend, they all mentioned how vastly different the waters here are on Lake Washington in terms of conditions during the race. The Strong Racing duo made the analogy of it being like a bathtub. Water bounces off the log boom, the shoreline, and the docks and comes right back to them out on course. There's rollers coming in every direction, and Corey Peabody went as far to describe the waters to me as a hot mess at times, especially during that final. So aside from the typical clean start and importance of lane selection here, finding success is a matter of who can navigate this course, its water, and the unique challenges with ease, guys.
Thank you very much, Erica Allreed, for that great report down there as we get ready for our final heat. The H1 Unlimiteds that will compete for the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair are being placed into Lake Washington. Those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream are watching the U11 Mercury's Coffee Company as it gently gets set into the blue waters of Lake Washington. Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank Apollo Mechanical Contractors. Apollo Mechanical Contractors is proud to be a sponsor of Seafair. We believe in supporting events that enhance the lives of our community and help build people who build great things. Check out apollomechanical.com to learn more. Seafair would like to thank Boeing. Boeing has been a Seafair sponsor since the very first festival 75 years ago. Boeing has roughly 66,000 employees in Washington State alone, more than anywhere else in the world. Thank you to Boeing for bringing us today's air show. And Barnhart Cranes. Barnhart Crane is one of the largest heavy lift and heavy transport organizations in the United States with over 50 years of service to our community and our customers. Barnhart prides itself on providing innovative solutions for its customers' needs. Fans, it's been a beautiful day and a gorgeous weekend here on the shores of Lake Washington. This is an area that we can all be proud of. This Lake Washington Boulevard area, Genesee Park, the pit area, everything is a tremendous resource and an asset of this area. Let's all work together and try and keep the park clean. A reminder that we are all guests here in this park, so please pitch in to leave the race site, including the park, the beaches, and the roadways in good condition by picking up all of your group's trash and either deposit in a trash receptacle or bag it and take it with you. Thank you for your help, and I'm sure the residents in the area will join in that thank you. And speaking of thank yous to a group of people that we haven't spoke of, but honestly, without them, this event does not happen, and that is the Seafair volunteers. Seafair thanks every one of its hundreds of volunteers for their help in putting on the Apollo Mechanical Cup and the Boeing Seafair Air Show. Without their tireless efforts and countless hours put in throughout the year by our volunteers, none of these exciting events could happen. Take a minute to say thank you to any of the Seafair volunteers you see today. They will greatly appreciate it. Seafair would also like to say thank you to the Seafair Boat Club for its help in putting on the Apollo Mechanical Cup. The Seafair Boat Club is a volunteer organization that helps plan and put on the water-oriented events of the Seafair event, including the Milk Carton Derby, the Seafair Holiday Cruise, and the Apollo Mechanical Cup hydroplane races. If you would like to join the Seafair Boat Club and volunteer your time and talent helping Seafair put on these events, stop by the Message Center in the pit area and find out about membership in the Seafair Boat Club. Seafair would also like to say thank you to Swire Coca-Cola, the official beverage partner of Seafair, and the Washington Athletic Club, the official athletic club of the Seafair Triathlon. Oberto, they are the official partner of Seafair, along with those previously mentioned, along with iHeartRadio, the official Seafair radio partner. A special thanks as well to King 5 and Kong, Seafair exclusive television partner of the 4th of July and Seafair Weekend. And finally, a special thank you to the Hyatt Regency in Seattle for being a partner with Seafair as well. The event does not happen without our volunteers. It does not happen without our sponsors. Thank you to all of them. Now, John Walters, to the task at hand. 6 boats going to run on the front row, and we got a couple of big differences. There's 6 boats. With one, that means a trailer. So we're going to have 7 boats on the water. We've been running 4. We've been running 3-lap preliminary heats. Now we're going to run 5. It's really going to change these water conditions.
It's going to change them a tremendous amount. These boats carry huge big skid fins on the side that just dig giant holes in them, and yeah, this is going to be an awful lot of fun to watch. There's going to be quite a race going on prior to the race. Just we've got at least 4 boats here that I think feel they want that inside lane, and they're all going to be shooting for that. Our new starting procedure here is going to make that even more exciting and more fun to watch, and I think that the driver and the boat that controls this first turn and can handle the rough water 5 laps into it is going to be the one that goes home with the trophy today.
That's what you were saying just a little bit ago when we were all bantering here about the upcoming final heat. Look at the drone shot there. Those watching online on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 H1 Unlimited hydroplanes laying there at the dock. Quite a sight on just a beautiful Chamber of Commerce kind of day here in Seattle. And John, we're on the clock. We're at 7 minutes and 25 seconds to the start. We're going to have unlimited hydroplanes on the track in under 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Our new start procedure that you mentioned will start at the 5-minute mark. We've talked about it. Every boat must have a crew member with physical contact on that boat at the 5-minute mark. The boats will then come out on the race course and the milling period begins, and you and I have been talking about it, John. I expect there's going to be a lot of activity in what we sometimes refer to as the race before the race.
I think there will be, and I think that several of these boats, all these boats, take 25 seconds or so to be able to start and have the engine spinning enough to where the propeller's spinning enough to pull it out of somebody's hands here. So I think that in an effort to be leaving the dock right at the 5-minute gun, that these guys are going to start spooling up just a little bit early. So there may have been even some teams looking for some part-time help with little or no experience required. All they needed is long arms and a good grip.
Well, yeah, you could probably get hired real quick if you ran down there. You got about 1 minute and 20 seconds to get down there and put your hand on that boat. It is the final heat of the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. I'm Brad Luce, along with John Walters. We've got Erica Allreed positioned down in the pit area. She'll be grabbing our winning driver as soon as they get off the dock. There's only one thing left to do, and that is run 5 laps around the Ted Jones Racecourse. Water conditions, John, they appear absolutely perfect.
They are. They're very flat and very nice. I see a little bit of lumps and bumps up here by the bridge and the bulk of where the log boom is there. Those boats been moving around up and down all day long and setting up a few rollers down there. So it's typical Seattle, Washington, Lake Washington Racecourse. It's always going to be a little bit smooth in the beginning, but it's going to roughen up in a hurry.
It will indeed. Not much left to do as we approach 30 seconds. 30 seconds to the 5-minute mark. It all comes down to this. 5 laps on the Ted Jones Racecourse. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. This is until the 5-minute mark. Inside 10. 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5 minutes. And look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats away from the dock.
That's really impressive to see the camera work that's being done here, and those drones are just awesome. Nice job, guys.
Very, very good. That's the 5-minute mark, and now it's time to go boat racing. Here's who will be racing once again in the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair in the final heat. The U1, the Beacon Electric with J. Michael Kelly. It is bright red. It is trimmed in yellow. Teammate Corey Peabody drives the Beacon Plumbing U9. It is predominantly white, trimmed in blue. Then there's the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee and Jamie Nielsen. That boat is black and red, trimmed in white. Then there's the red, white, and blue U27, Miss Apollo, driven by Dave Vilwalk. Dustin Eccles drives the bright blue and yellow flavor pack. That's the U40. Our front row is rounded out by the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. It is black and gold, trimmed in white. Andrew Tate handles the driving chores. Our trailer boat, the U35, gutters by Keith, presents Boitano Homes and Gunnar O'Farrell. Boy, they must be moving, John.
I
looked up after
all over the race course at all different speeds, and we've already had boats cut across the course. You can see Andrew Tate and JMK up there, and everybody's looking for that inside lane and any advantage they can use to get there.
Where's Corey? We got all 3 of them down there at the bottom end of the race course. We got Corey, Mike, and Andrew. Well, that's an interesting triumvirate down there. We'll keep an eye on them. Corey right now sitting in 1. Here's Dave coming across start-finish line in the 27, the Apollo. Remember, the 80-mile-an-hour rule is not in play. Here comes Dustin Eccles off the top of the race course here with 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Those boats up the backstretch, if they're planning on holding that line and that speed all the way to the score up, they've got 2 minutes to kill, John.
They do. There's a lot of time left on the clock. And remember earlier today in the testing, Jamie Nielsen was up in the turn up there. He stopped the boat at one point in time and made a couple of timing runs from there to the start line. So it'll be interesting to see if he's got some special trick up his sleeve.
And he is way up there at the top end. He is at the entrance pin to the upper corner. As J. Michael Kelly says, all right, I've had enough of this trolling little game. And he's, I think, going to leapfrog the field up the backstretch there. Lots of games being played here yet as Jamie Nielsen is sitting at the top end of the race course, barely moving up there. Here comes J. Michael right alongside him. Yep, they have jumped in lanes 1 and 2. Now here comes Corey, and here comes Andrew Tate behind those 2 boats at the top end of the race course. Clearly the strategy, John, is they're going to stay up there, and they're going to come just slowly down behind the score up at 1:15, which is 1 minute from now. Anybody starting to move up there? Andrew Tate is a little bit. What did Tate just do? He went in and jumped into lane number 3. So he's in lane 3. Now where's Corey going to go? Corey is the 4th boat up there at the top end. Now here comes some speed up the backstretch.
Yeah, and you can look at the overhead view here. You can see lots of rollers and lots of swells that are going to be laying right there in another 2 minutes when they go right through that stuff at 185 miles an hour.
Not quite what I expected on the score up here. I didn't. Oh, and look at this maneuver out here at the top of the race course. Who is going way out there? That is Super Dave Vilwalk. Yes, Super Dave Vilwalk, and he's got somebody coming way out there with him. That is Gunnar O'Farrell, but Gunnar's going to be the trailer boat, so he's just staying behind everybody. 10 seconds until the score up. Here comes Dave with a whole bunch of speed. Is he going to try and leap across somebody? Still got 5 seconds to kill. This could be a little bit close. Look at Mike. Look at Kelly coming in. I think it's a clean score up. Kelly's coming down with a lot of speed. He's on lane number 2. Corey is in 3. Where is Andrew Tate? It's Jamie in 1. And I think JMK is in 2. Is that Corey that is in 3?
Corey's out here on the outside.
And right now, Andrew Tate is losing power down to the bottom end of the race course. Tate is down 2/3 of the way through the corner. He's still got time to get it up on speed, but he is not going to be on an inside lane. We still got 2 boats coming off the bottom end of the race course. One of those is Dustin Eccles in the flavor pack. So with 35 seconds to go before the start, it is Jamie Nielsen in the Mercury's Coffee. He is on an inside lane. Now, Andrew Tate has finally spooled up the U91. He is coming off the corner. Keep an eye on him. He's going to be flying, and he's going to come hard and charging on the outside. Lane number 2 is going to go to J. Michael Kelly. Lane number 3 is going to go to Corey Peabody. They are 1, 2, 3 off the buoy row. Vilrock is going to be in 4. We are inside 10 seconds. Coming up on 5. Here comes the start. We are 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Mark, the start will appear to be clean from here. We'll wait until we get it from the officials. And way back is Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. I think Kelly's going to get down there first. We'll see who makes the corner first. It is J. Michael Kelly. He comes off the corner with the lead. He's got teammate Corey Peabody on his outside, and to the left on the inside, and back in 3rd place is Jamie Nielsen. John Walters, it is J. Michael Kelly.
It is. J. Michael's got an inside lane, and he's just rolling up the back straightaway. Remember all those rollers and rough water that's down there. If he can use that to his advantage, he'll try to move some of those guys out into that water to where they can't come around him. But the boat's accelerating really well. It's got nice and flat through the turn there, and he's coming down just charging for the start-finish line.
John Walters, you said whoever controls this lower corner on lap 1 could decide the winner of this race. Right now it is J. Michael Kelly with 1 in the book and 4 to go, but it's his teammate Corey Peabody who's not going to let him go. Then it's back to 3rd place and Jamie Nielsen. Dave Vilrock is in 4th, Dustin Eccles in 5th, and then it is back to Andrew Tate and the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Off the corner on lap number 2 and up the backstretch, J. Michael Kelly. John, he's opening up water on Corey Peabody.
He is. Corey's back there where the rooster tail's very thin now. He was 4 or 5 boat lengths that they've picked up on him coming down this straightaway. JMK's got a great line out there. He's just rolling hard and trying to pick the best clean water he can. He's got overlap. He can go any lane he wants now. He can run and push around the race course, push the guys around the race course as much as he needs to.
Coming off the top end of the race course, they will come down and put 2 in the books. J. Michael Kelly driving the U1, the Beacon Electric. He is the defending Lake Washington champion. He would love nothing more than to pick up a victory here. Corey Peabody, though, just does not want to let him go. But quite honestly, he's given ground to J. Michael Kelly, his teammate. Then it's way back to Jamie Nielsen in the Mercury's Coffee. Dave Vilrock driving a heck of a race here, John Walters. He's got his sights set on getting on that podium in 3rd.
Yeah, everybody's running really fast right now, and they got good combinations. The water's going to get roughen up a lot more here as they get through these turns, and that could change the order a little bit. But the 2 Beacon boats seem to be in control of the situation right now.
They are way out in front right now. It is a race out front between the Beacon Electric, the leader, and J. Michael Kelly, and the 2nd place boat. It is Corey Peabody and the Beacon Plumbing. Bill Cahill's got to be a happy man right now as his boats are running 1-2, the 2 boats he is sponsoring. Daryl and Vanessa Strong Racing boats running 1-2. J. Michael Kelly puts lap number 3 in the books. He is on lap 4 with 2 to go. Corey starts to cut in just a little bit. John, yeah. Did Corey make up some ground there?
He absolutely did. Corey's running a little bit tighter lane and trying to pinch himself as close as he can get to that rooster tail without getting pushed outside there.
Here he comes. He's coming on the outside. This is Corey Peabody's charge. This is the race for 1st place, and it is Corey Peabody on the outside of J. Michael Kelly. They are almost dead even up the backstretch. Kelly and Peabody, teammates, friends since they were kids, are deck to deck at the top end of the race course. Now watch them come off the pin. They'll come down and pick up the white flag with 1 to go. There's Corey. Corey on the outside. Oh, what a run we're going to have. The 2024 Mechanical Cup, the Apollo Mechanical Cup, is a dead even heat with 1 to go. Peabody on the outside. He's back by a boat length. John, it does not get any better than this.
They're absolutely side by side. You really can't tell which boat's which when looking at the rooster tail, and they're both really flying to things. They both want to win this real big time. Now, we went through the stats here a little bit ago, and J. Michael Kelly needs to stay in this in order to be competing for the national championship. So he's going to give it everything he's got to win.
He's got about a boat length, maybe a boat length and a half on teammate Corey Peabody. He's halfway up the backstretch. There is 1/2 of a lap to go for the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Two teammates, J. Michael Kelly on the inside, Corey Peabody on the outside. This is the race for the checkered flag. Has it been closer than this at Seafair? I don't know, but here we go. It is Kelly, it is Peabody. J. Michael Kelly in the Beacon Electric is going to claim on the water the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Wow, what a final lap. Now, coming off the top end of the course, Dave Villwalk has been pushing hard, trying to run down Jamie Nielsen in the Mercury's Coffee. He's been unable to do it. And John Walters, Jamie Nielsen in the Miss Mercury's Coffee is going to come home in third place. Dave Villwalk will come home in fourth, and a disappointing finish for Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. The boat lost power at the bottom end of the race course before the run to the start line. He was never a factor. Fifth place across the start-finish line. Make that sixth place across the line as Dustin Eccles in the Flavor Pack, and Gunnar O'Farrell will come home in seventh place on the water. One thing you're going to see, John, they talked about it at the drivers' meeting. Our chief referee asked that all drivers go all the way up to the top end of the race course and make a complete full lap before they come back to the pit area. So you're going to get one more chance to take a look at the boats and give it up for them. But J. Michael Kelly, what a run for J. Michael Kelly. The officials upstairs will take a look at the racing on the water. Not sure what they'll look at, but they'll look at everything, John. But right now, we hope it stays the way just because we want it to be like it was on the water. But J. Michael Kelly drove a whale of a boat race.
He certainly did, and we talked about it earlier that J. Michael's one of those drivers that just has the ability when you least expect it. He just comes out of nowhere, and all weekend long, every time they went in the water, it was a little better, a little faster, and he had a little better handle on things. So no real surprise there.
So our boats are returning to the dock. I am going to step away for one moment, John. Go ahead and talk our boats back to the dock.
All right. Well, you saw a heck of a race here. This was a great day for Beacon Plumbing, finishing first and second, at least in the unofficial finish that we've got here. Of course, all the data acquisition boxes now will come out as soon as they get back to the dock. We've got inspectors on the dock that will they'll impound the first three boats and inspect them to pass all the technical data that needs to be done. They'll take a look and ask them to, close the cockpit as soon as the driver gets out. Nobody in it until the inspectors get there. They're welcome to take the rear wing off, the skid fin off, and the propeller off, and then they'll go through all the inspectable items, which is a pretty long list. Take a look. Seth Parcel will take a look at all the data on far as N2 and fuel flow. If there's any issues there that would change the order of finish, which you hope there's not, then they would notify them and they would move down and take the inspections on the next boats in line there. So hopefully the order that you saw is unofficial, but everybody drove a heck of a race. As I mentioned earlier, Ted Jones said he couldn't tell you who was going to win the race if he owned every boat in it, just because of days like this where unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen. So it's been a great race. It's been a great day here. The main thing is all these guys are returning their boats safely to the trailer. Everybody's healthy and happy, and I think that's been a wonderful day, a good day for the fans.
That was a whale of a final heat. When they started the fifth and final lap, there was about a boat length maybe between the two boats. It was pretty impressive, and I honestly thought with the way Corey closed up the backstretch on lap number 4, he started down here when he went into the lower corner. I thought he was going to get around Mike. I thought he was going to be there and maybe get around him for the victory, but JMK was able to find a few more beans, and he held off his teammate Corey Peabody.
He was pulling him pretty hard going up the back straightaway, and when they got in the rooster tails up there, they may have gotten into those lumps and bumps they left for themselves earlier, and it was hard to tell if Corey, maybe had a little bit of a problem or had to make a little bit of a correction. But at those speeds, boy, you just think about pulling your foot off the throttle for a second and you drop off. So it was a great race.
Well, these boats are very, very heavy. I don't have to explain that to you, but once you, to your point, once you pull your foot and you start to lose some of that momentum, it doesn't come right back immediately. It takes a while to wind them back up.
It does.
So everybody pretty much has found their way back to the dock. We will start grabbing our breath back maybe a little bit. I got excited on that one, but if you were here, and I know many of you were on the shoreline, it was that good.
It was that good. That's one of the best heats that I've seen in a long time, and that one will go down in history as one of the best races ever, I'm sure.
It certainly was. So the referees are looking at action on the water. Seth in the tech truck will be looking at the data acquisition boxes there, and he'll be reading things that come out of there, and we'll see how all of that shakes out. But either way, the racing on the water was something special indeed.
Yeah, H1's been working real hard over this past winter. I've been involved in many of the competition committee meetings as a member, and that was a goal, was to put on a better show, to put on a quicker show, to let the fans, leave knowing who won the boat race. And, so far we've made big strides in doing that, and I'm really happy and really proud to be part of, some of the changes that have been taking place here, and I hope the fans see it and appreciate it too.
Yeah, we're watching on the live stream there. We're watching Corey Peabody walk down the dock. Corey Peabody comes down the dock, and J. Michael Kelly is still standing up the dock. He will have some interviews to do. So what we've been doing, John, we've been, you were talking about H1 and how we can help the fans to know who won the race when they go home. I can tell you a week ago in the Tri-Cities, I went back, watched the tape from the moment the winning boat crossed the finish line until we heard officially that Corey Peabody's boat in the U9 had cleared tech inspection was 9.5 minutes. And that was as fast as I've ever seen it. We did it in 10 minutes at the two races back east. They did it in 9.5, and I think the difference there was just how easy it was for a boat to roll right into the pit area. But 9.5 minutes after immediately crossing the final heat. Pretty good stuff right there.
That's very good stuff. And, with the drones and the camera shots and all the things that we have now, the technology, the young people that are involved in our sport right now that are bringing that technology with them and allowing us to, dip our toes finally into the 21st century here a little bit with the technology and things that are available, really help the referees to see things more clearly, more quickly, and make decisions in real time rather than having to go back and look at videotape.
And John Walters, and to our fans here on the shoreline, if they are still listening to us, I'm going to take this opportunity now to throw it down to Mark Christopher as we're going to keep moving with the air show here. Those of you online watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube network, stay with us. We're going to be back with more information. Don't hang up. We're coming right to you right now. And like that, we are back with just you. Thank you, Nick Kish. We are back just with our H1 Unlimited live stream team. We had to disconnect from the PA here on the shores of Lake Washington as a beautiful Boeing jet flies above the race course. So we are just waiting here. I can tell you the officials are looking. Well, we know that John Walters is still very much involved with H1 Unlimited Racing. He is an inspector, and he still very much has that role. So, Kim Meredith, we may have to have you pick up his headphone because John just got a phone call. He had to leave, and that phone call, I think, came from down there at Stan Sayre's pit area. So we've lost John for a couple of minutes. I think he's involved in some of the discussion that is going down in the pit area. So we're just going to have to wait and see here how this plays out. The heat itself was a doozy. On the water, it doesn't get any better than that. So now this is when I do this. I'm going to do it real quick, Kim. Are you ready? Was that about as good a final heat as you've ever seen?
Absolutely.
There you go. She is a woman of a few words, and she works and helps me. Her job is to make me look good, and let me tell you, that is not an easy job. She does a great job at keeping us up to date on stats and everything, and we're all just kind of standing here waiting right now to see what the officials might have to say about our heat. And two things have to happen. The officials have to clear the racing on the water, that there were no incidents involved on the water that would affect, an encroachment or something like that. They may have to look at some drone footage. They may have to make a call here or there. So they are doing, pardon me? Hang on, I'm getting, so on the water, everything was good. But, excuse me, we got it. Okay, I understand the difference. So they are still looking at activity on the water, but apparently that activity does not involve the U1. So on the water, J. Michael Kelly is the official winner. On the water. He still has to go through tech inspection, and I will apologize for my brief jumping there that when I said everything is good on the water, that's not what the officials said. They said the one was clean on the water. Big difference. And again, this is how our H1 officials this year, trying to be more transparent, they're trying to get to the crux of the matter. As far as telling you who won the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair, anything they're looking at now is not going to affect the winner on the water, J. Michael Kelly. So now if Mike can clear tech inspection, he's going to walk out of here for 2 years in a row as the Lake Washington champion. He will be the Apollo Mechanical Cup champion here for 2024, and he will have claimed his 6th victory on Lake Washington. We'll see how it plays out, and I'm kind of looking at the guys up and down here on live stream row. I want to make sure I get John Walters to at least hear what I'm about to say. You don't have to have your microphone on, but it was one of these things like we could ask everybody here to raise your hand if you pick JMK in the final. I think I'm the only one raising my hand. I had that one. Purely luck, but I had that one. Your other choice doesn't count, John. Oh, we had a fun conversation up here picking who was. Hang on, I'm going to take the headset off. Everybody stay with me here for just one moment. I want to make sure what I just heard is correct before I say it. Thank you, fans, for working with us here. I got Sam Hodeling coming down here. Sam, you want to just speak right into here? One of the H1 official referees. You can talk right here. Okay. Well, and then it's hard for me to can we put a headphone on you so I can hear you? I can't do that either. Sam, what do you got? I'm going to take the headphone off.
Encroachment.
Want to thank Sam Hodeling. I'm sorry it sounds a little, if it sounds a little bit disjointed up here. Two big pieces of information right now. Number one, the U9, Corey Peabody, has been ruled to have encroached upon the U91 and has been issued a 1-minute penalty. The second place boat, Corey Peabody, and the Beacon Plumbing has been ruled to have encroached on the U91, Andrew Tate in the Goodman Real Estate. I'm going to assume, but don't anybody take me to task on this, I'm going to assume it happened before the start of the race when Andrew dropped down and went dead in the water. The other big development, and am I reading that right, young lady, what you have right there? That J. Michael Kelly and the Beacon Electric has cleared tech inspection. John, it's official. JMK has cleared the truck. He cleared the water. He is the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup champion. And for the second year in a row, he's going to walk out of Seattle and Lake Washington with the big trophy in his hand. Congratulations to J. Michael Kelly and the Beacon Electric. Darrell Strong, you've done it again. You've had another victory on Lake Washington. Second place on the water now with the issue to Beacon Plumbing. Second place is going to go to Jamie Nielsen in the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee. We got to figure out what a 1 minute penalty does to that, but I don't think it will affect that. Third place should go to Dave Vilwalk in the Miss Apollo. And then fourth to the Goodman Real Estate, and then the Flavor Pack. We'll see how the 1 minute plays out. But first, second, third, again, on the water with the exception of the Beacon Electric. The Beacon Electric U1, J. Michael Kelly. Did somebody hear that? Can you say that again, Nick? And we'll write it down. All right. So we have it written down here. The 1, Beacon Electric, is your winning hydroplane on the water. They have cleared tech inspection. They're walking out of here with a big piece of hardware. Second place, as we anticipated, is going to go to the U11, Miss Mercury's Coffee, Jamie Nielsen. On the podium also in third place, the U27, the Miss Apollo with Dave Vilwalk. Fourth place will go to Andrew Tate and the U91, the Miss Goodman Real Estate. The U40 Flavor Pack, Dustin Eccles will come home in fifth place. Gunnar O'Farrell will pick up a sixth place finish. And Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes. And coming in seventh place will be the U9 Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing. I'm glad it ended with JMK picking up the trophy and clearing tech inspection. There were some other things that went on the water, but JMK was clean. He outraced everybody. He outdrove everybody. He got the inside line. To your word, John, he controlled that first turn. He came out clean. He took off like a rocket. Corey did everything he could to run him down, but he was unable to. Our second place boat, the Miss Mercury's Coffee, Jamie Nielsen, has cleared tech inspection, so first and second are clear. They will now check the box of the Miss Apollo, the U27. Wow. I want to say a couple of things here. John, you got the headset on. We'll make sure we got you hot. Nick, if he can make sure he's hot. I got John back here, and you should be hot there, John. I know you've been busy taking phone calls. You got a couple of jobs you're working here today.
I am wearing several hats here today, and I've got some really good help over in the pit area there with Steve Compton and Brian Vincent helping out with all the tech inspections and things, and of course all the work that Seth Parshall does in the tech truck there. So yeah, they were calling back and forth wondering, should we look at this, should we look at that, what's going to happen, with all these sort of things, and it's a little bit difficult, to be over here while they're struggling with the stuff that's over there, but they're very competent guys, and they learn very quickly, and I've been able to share some of my knowledge with them, so it's working out very well.
Well, good. We're glad you got that taken care of. I'm glad you're back with us. Now we can talk a little bit about boat racing. I think it's very good what the H1 officials did. There obviously was some questions down here when Andrew Tate's boat dropped down in the water. Apparently it involved the U9 and Corey Peabody. They got the data. They looked at it, whatever they had that they could watch and they could review. They made the call. But before that, they came to us and said the one was clean on the water. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to tell everybody here on the beach, he's the winner. Yeah. And there was a question about that, and so they just came down and let us know that, hey, we're looking at something, but JMK's clean. So if he can clear the tech truck, he's good to go with the big piece of hardware and the overall winner. And then almost immediately after that, we got the check mark that he cleared tech inspection. So got a little dicey behind him apparently, but out front, he was clean.
Yeah, and that's good. I like to say there's been a big effort this year with H1, all the officiating, to be able to make these decisions as quickly as possible to see this stuff. And the technology has changed so much that it really allows us to do that. Where in the past, if there was a problem on the race course, they had to go back and get video footage from the helicopter and wait for it to land and take a look at all that stuff and make a decision. So now it's instantaneous. We can make decisions, quickly here. The referees had the opportunity to take a look upstairs at the stuff a little more closely, make a good call there. The computer that Seth works on in the truck there, it goes through and takes a look at all the data very quickly, and then Seth will go through. If there's a problem, he can take a little closer look at it, but basically it gives him a go or a no-go, whether there's anything out of limits or not, and so it goes very quickly. And at this point in time, we can say that there are no other official calls on the water. The only call that was made was the encroachment on the 9 of the 29 to the 91, which we saw early in the race there. But everything else was clean and good. Now it's just up to the tech inspection, and really the only thing it'll take a look at there is the first 4 boats to make sure that everything's good.
We've got the first 2 already cleared. The winner of the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair for the 2nd year in a row, it is J. Michael Kelly and the U1, the Beacon Electric. 2nd place is going to go to the Miss Mercury's Coffee, the U11 and Jamie Nielsen. 3rd place hasn't cleared yet. Jamie Nielsen has. In 2nd place, they're checking the Miss Apollo and Dave Villwalk. That's actually a good finish for them. I think that the Apollo Mechanical folks have to be happy.
I think so.
They got a heat win over in the Tri-Cities, and I can tell you they were ecstatic over there when that happened after christening the boat on Saturday, and then to get a heat win. I think finishing on the podium here at the Seattle Seafair, I think will be a big feather to the Ratchford family over there. It's a great group of people, and we're just so happy to have them in our sport and cannot thank them enough for the sponsorship, not only of the boat, but of the Seafair hydroplane race, the Apollo Mechanical Cup.
I think they should be proud of the effort that the crew made there. They had a pretty devastating crash in Tri-Cities with a lot of substantial damage to the boat. The skid fin area was damaged quite severely, and that's a very high-stressed area of the boat, so they have to look at it very closely. They pulled everything apart, took a look at things, made all the repairs, got things going again, and got it running over here, and I think they should be real happy with the crew's ability to make that thing go fast and handle in the rough water and all the things that they had to put up with here. So congratulations to them. Welcome aboard.
The other thing that I am very pleased with, yes, we had an issue on the water, but you get that many boats going that fast, things are bound to happen. You had 6 boats souping through that lower corner there. No, we weren't racing yet, but clearly things can happen, and there was a lot going on, and there are competitive guys out there. But at the end of the day, to my knowledge, I don't know that anybody's or any boats came together. I think all 7 of our boats, make it all 8 of them, are going to go sit on the trailer and be in pretty good shape moving forward.
That's a really nice thing, is that we've got the APBA Gold Cup, the oldest perpetual trophy in motorsports history, in a few weeks here down in San Diego, and everybody that was here is going to get out of this race fairly clean with little or no damage. That's a great thing. All the drivers are happy and healthy, and I think that we'll put on a good race down there as well. But for the day here in Seattle, I think the fans saw an awesome show. Just amazing of how fast these boats are going these days, and all the kids that are driving these things. And the older kid there, Dave Villwalk, does a pretty decent job himself.
And speaking of that young man, Dave Villwalk, he has cleared tech inspection. So your official 3rd place finisher now is the U27 Miss Apollo, Dave Villwalk. So your winner was J. Michael Kelly, driving the U1 Beacon Electric. 2nd place, and he too has cleared tech inspection to Miss Mercury's Coffee with Jamie Nielsen. That's got to feel good for that new sponsorship group as well. And then a 3rd place finish who has also cleared tech inspection, U27 Miss Apollo and Dave Villwalk.
It'll be real interesting now to be able to go back and take a look and take a look at the points towards the national championship. The deck got shuffled again today, so a lot of things changed, and some points. Corey went from getting 300 points to not getting very many at the very end there, finishing way down the list like that. So it's going to change things a lot, but there's still one race left, and JMK, he had a in a position today here where he didn't necessarily have to win, but he had to have a good showing. And I know that he wanted to come back and put together a good race for the crew. He felt awful about the crash over in Tri-Cities, and felt that if he could do anything to make all that hard work pay off for him, and he did just that today.
Yeah, you guys, and I say you guys because you were a driver, when you damage the boat, you really feel terrible about it, don't you? Because first of all, it's the boat, the crew entrusts you with that boat, and you're the one that has to stand back all too often and watch all the work they have to do to fix what you may have caused.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, to quote a close friend of mine who unfortunately we lost this past year, Jim Lucero would remind me quite often, it was fine when it left the dock, John.
What did you do to it? So our fans that are watching us online might remember yesterday afternoon I had some fun with Erica Allreed up here, and we were trying to do a little post-race discussion here, and that particular jet showed up. And I see he's back. He's just been hanging there for the last 4 minutes while you and I are trying to converse here about the Apollo Mechanical Cup final heat, and I think he's finally leaving. Pretty impressive piece of machinery, I might add.
Yeah, is. That's the Air Force's version of or F-35. Actually, I'm not sure if it's the Air Force or the Marines. They both fly those now, but they're have the variable geometry on the thrust on those things to where they can literally vertically take off and land. So pretty amazing equipment for sure.
So right now, that is the story here. We're just waiting for boats to clear tech inspection, but we are not going to sign off just yet. We've got more still to come. We're still waiting to hear from Erica Allreed. I know she is down in the pit area, and she will be grabbing drivers as soon as she can, and we will be talking to them. I'm sure she's just dying to get on the pipes and talk to us with a jet over her head like we did yesterday. But, oh. What's that I don't hear, John?
Yeah, that's the lovely sound of silence.
So we will take an opportunity right now, John and I will, to step away from the microphone, but don't go away because we still have lots more to come, lots more coverage to come. We have more video to show you, and we're still hanging for Erica Allreed. We'll step away. John Walters, Brad Luce will step away. We'll be right back as soon as we've got more to pass along. We're going to go check with the officials. Back here on the start-finish line, Brad Luce along with John Walters. We've seen an incredibly competitive weekend of racing that has culminated with J. Michael Kelly claiming the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. And it was a hard-fought victory for sure. It was very competitive on the water. We weren't sure coming off the final pin who was going to win. That's the way we like it. John, it was excellent racing. But J. Michael Kelly is going to walk out of here at the end of the day with the big trophy. But the reason we're back on really is I want to explain to our fans that are watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel how we're going to handle this, because we've already had a couple of jets in the air that they heard you and I trying to talk over. The Blue Angels are due in here literally every moment or any moment, and it's difficult to do the interviews in the pit area, but our Erica Allreed is down there. She is talking to the drivers, getting as many reactions as she can. We just spoke with her. We were going to have her come back up here and bring those interviews with her, but she said she had one more she wanted to get. She's going to do that and come back up here. So what the fans need to know is Erica Allreed is going to bring those interviews with her. She will bring up the capture card. We will put them in the unit up here and play those in their entirety for the fans to hear without the benefit of the Blue Angels flying through our headsets. So that way people will be able to hear the interviews. So those are coming up. Stay with us. They're going to happen quickly. I would imagine she's probably already on her way. And so stand by for those. We won't try and do them over the Blue Angels. But John, while we were looking at the winner and so forth, the stat man down there decided he'd do a little historical research. And he stumbled across a very interesting point. J. Michael Kelly, by virtue of his victory today, has won not one, not two, not three, but 4 Lake Washington events in a row. And we had to go all the way back to 1977 through 1980, somebody you knew quite well, Bill Munsey.
Yes, my mentor and close friend, and dearly beloved friend. So yeah, that was in the Blue Blaster days, and Bill was at the height of his career, I think, in those days, and just loving driving that blue boat and having a good time with it, as I think that J. Michael Kelly is down there and all the Beacon people. I think that at this point, H1 has taken some great strides in making a better show, a better program. All these race teams down there, the sponsors, the new sponsors, the old sponsors, all the volunteers from Seafair. I think you're getting a preview of the future of unlimited hydroplane racing, and I think it's going to be better. I think it's a good one. I thank everyone for all the hard work. It was a great pleasure for me to be part of the live stream team here. Brad Luce, I thank you so much, my friend, for giving me the opportunity to be able to talk about these boats and people and places that I love over the years. And I thank you all very much for a great weekend here. I love Seattle. It'll always be home. I love unlimited hydroplanes and the people that make them go in circles. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you, John Walters, for joining us. Your insight is just unmatched by anybody. I learn so much standing here next to you and listening to you talk. I ask you some of the most off-the-wall questions, but you always know the answer. This year, I remember the puff of smoke coming off the corner, and you waxed on for about 3 minutes on exactly what causes that in that turbine engine, and it was very interesting for me. I hope our fans enjoyed it. I know they did. So, J. Michael Kelly ties a record that was 44 years old, held by Bill Munsey as being now the only 2 drivers ever to have won 4 consecutive races on Lake Washington. Congratulations to him. And congratulations to you, John, for coming down here and helping us. I know it's a busy weekend for you. As I said last year, I'm going to say something again very similar, because I think our Kim Meredith has a contract for you to sign for next year. We did the same thing last year. We're not letting him out of here, Kim. No, we're bringing him back next year. So, John, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
This is awesome. And let's do it again.
Please.
And this was fun. We had great racing. We had a lot of fun at it. I hope the fans enjoyed it. I think they probably did. The racing was good. The Blue Angels are coming up. We're going to try and get out of here before it gets really loud and proud. But don't go away listening on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, because Erica Allreed and cameraman Mickey Washburn are in the pit area. They're going to be coming back up here shortly. They'll have all those interviews, and you can catch the reaction. And we're looking at the boat that's returning. Here they are. They're arriving now at the dock, so it'll be only a couple of minutes, and we'll have those interviews, and we'll have the reaction to what happened on the water will have a very happy, I am sure, J. Michael Kelly, and hopefully she spoke to the other drivers as well. On behalf of you, Kim Meredith and John Walters, for this part of the program, I'm going to step away. We all will be back momentarily here. We'll get some videos going, and we will hear what the driver reaction was. So, for John Walters, Kim Meredith, Brad Luce signing off now. We will be back in a little bit. Don't go away. Thank you. Welcome back to the start-finish line here on beautiful Lake Washington on a glorious Sunday afternoon, one that featured some incredible H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing in the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Those of you that have stayed with us and are still online on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel, you know that the Blue Angels are flying. We've had some of the clips of them as they fly by and buzz us here on the start-finish line tower. What a shot right there as four of the Blue Angel jets come right in front of us here and come right down the center of the race course. Speaking of the race course, our winner of the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup was J. Michael Kelly driving the U1, the Beacon Electric. We promised we would come back with some interviews, and we're going to go to those interviews now. We will do it without the benefit of that background noise. You will appreciate that. So let's turn it over to Erica Allreed. I believe she begins with our winner, J. Michael Kelly. Erica, take it away. Obviously, we are experiencing a little technical difficulty. I can tell you there are 4 H1 blue shirts huddled over a computer right now. So many things have been unplugged quickly here on the tower that we are doing our best to make sure we've got everything connected. I know everybody is anxiously awaiting those interviews from Erica. She and Mickey were down in the pit area. It was a hectic time and place down there, but they got the interviews, and we want to pass them along to you. But obviously, you need to hear them. We had the video. We are scrambling up here right now to find the audio. Please bear with us. We're doing our best to dial these up. All right.
Mike, a true grit effort displayed in that one, considering where you were sitting just 1 week ago and the adversity you faced. How gratifying is this Apollo Mechanical Cup for you and your team?
Just amazing. It just shows you the team that we have, the team that backs me and Corey. I created a lot of work in Tri-Cities this off week, and I spent a lot of hours fixing my boat, and to be able to come back from that and chip away and find speed, and to win Seattle again, just amazing. My teammate Corey, he could have slowed down. I looked in my mirror and there was a lot of white and blue Beacon Plumbing there, and he made me man up and put my foot to the floor. It's crazy, like how much an accident can take out of you, not just physically but mentally, and just to be able to bounce back. Proud of my team, proud of myself, proud of just everybody that put the time and effort, and just thanks Bill Cahill, Beacon Plumbing, Daryl and Vanessa Strong, Corey Peabody, Jeff Campbell, Mike Campbell, and my entire team. I'm the lucky guy that gets to drive these things, and I love doing it, and I've been doing it a long time, and I hope I got some more years in me.
It's definitely a testament to the effort put in by all of you. A big congratulations on yet another win here on Lake Washington.
Yeah, a much needed win. So yeah, just amazing feeling right now.
Congratulations, Mike, guys.
Thank you.
Jamie, we chatted earlier in the weekend, and I asked you what it was going to take to find success, and you told me a Herculean effort and a whole lot of luck. So how did you manage all of the variables to come out with the top three here in the final?
The only thing that this team's never short on is effort. I mean, I'm so proud of this U11 Miss Mercury's team. They worked so hard all weekend, and, it's no secret we weren't the fastest boat out there, but, we're going to go out there, give it everything we had. That's all we could do, all we can control. That's what we did. And, it's racing. Anything can happen out there. So we're in the right place at the right time, drove as hard as I possibly could, and we're really happy with second place.
As you should be. And we were talking, and you faced some challenges at the beginning of the weekend. And like you said, that was no secret, but you were able to overcome them. So how good does that feel for you and your team to be able to overcome something like that and make the best out of the situation and be there in the fight in the end?
Well, I think you saw the celebration from this crew after we made it back to the dock. So it's really sweet, to be able to beat competition like that's out there, and for our new sponsor this year, Mercury's Coffee, mercurys.com. I mean, it's sweet. So we love it, especially happening here at a hometown race for our hometown sponsor. So we're going to enjoy it.
A radiant effort by you and the team for sure. Big congratulations on this one, Jamie.
Thank you so much.
Dave, continuing to make history here this season, considering that this is a brand new team, a brand new haul, and you're making a return to racing and after an incident in our previous round. What does this effort and podium mean?
Well, I think it's a great accomplishment by a new sponsor for our sport, not just our boat, but the whole sport, and the Ratchford family and the employees at Apollo that are so supportive of this whole event. To come out here and perform well for them is just a dream come true. It's a lot of hard work by a lot of people, including some of the people at the Apollo shop. So this will be fun.
It will indeed. A very, very special moment for you and your team. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in San Diego.
Hey, thanks. We look forward to being there.
Dustin, although maybe not the finish you wanted or hoped for in the final, I feel like there's still so many positives that you can take away from this weekend, given the speed that you showed and securing your very first heat win of the season. So what will you be taking away as a driver that you can apply in our next and final round?
Well, like you said, I mean, a ton of positives came out of this. We learned a bunch with the boat setup, and we got faster as the weekend went on. One stupid mistake took us out of the final. We were going to try to make a move that we didn't have planned ahead of time, and as soon as we tried to do it, it bit us in the butt. And so the engine went to ground idle, and basically I had to restart it. Then I'm late, and you can't catch up on these fast boats. So, you know, we're not going to let that get us down. I think we represented Flavor Pack really well. The fans here absolutely love it, and we heard about it all weekend. So we're leaving here with a smile, and we can't wait to get to San Diego for the Gold Cup.
Well, we look forward to seeing you there, given all you displayed this weekend. So congratulations on the weekend as a whole, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Joining me is Bill Cahill, the sponsor of the Strong Boats in Beacon Plumbing and Beacon Electric. Bill, what does it mean to see your boat come back swinging in this way?
I think it's crazy. You know, what they did from last weekend isn't anything short from remarkable. I mean, these guys, that boat was apart. It was busted up out in the lake. And they worked until they got the job done. And J. Michael Kelly, I have to be politically correct on this. He's got, let's put it this way, that's a man's man. When he ran that boat and did what he did from the start to the end of this weekend, he's got the, well, what do we say, the huevos rancheros.
It was truly something spectacular to witness, and we thank you so much for being here and being a part of this. It's really cool to see those boats out front.
It's like a long time in coming, because we had so many years that we never even got close to winning like this. And strong racing made the difference.
And how special is it to be a part of this evolution of this team?
Well, let me put it to you this way. These have been the best days of my life. Does that do it?
I think that does it. Okay. Thank you so much for the time, Bill, and congratulations again.
Thank you. For sure.
back here on the start-finish line tower for the last time. This is Brad Luce coming to you from the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair, and it was a great day and weekend of racing here on Lake Washington. We had beautiful weather. Mother Nature did her part. The H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes did theirs. They put on a wonderful show. Let's one more time go through the official and final order of finish. The winner of the Lake Washington Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair is the U1 with J. Michael Kelly, the Beacon Electric. They get the big trophy, and they're going to get it here very shortly. But they are the winners. It was the 4th win in a row for J. Michael Kelly on Lake Washington, tying a record set by the late, great Bill Muncy some 44 years ago. Second place went to the U11, the Mercury's Coffee and Jamie Nielsen. Third place to Dave Vilwalk in the U27, the Miss Apollo. Fourth place went to Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Fifth to the U40, the Flavor Pack, and Dustin Eccles. Sixth went to Gunnar O'Farrell in the U35, the Gutters by Keith presents Boitano Homes, and the U9, Beacon Plumbing, driven by Corey Peabody, is our 7th place finisher. Everybody has cleared tech inspection. Corey Peabody was part of that tremendous two-boat duel with his teammate J. Michael Kelly. J. Michael Kelly was the winner of that great race in the final, and then we learned that there was an encroachment penalty levied on the U9 and Corey Peabody, dropping him to 7th place overall. Would like to take this opportunity to thank some of the people here up and down the tower that have made this happen. We hope you have enjoyed H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2024 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. I want to thank the live stream team, specifically Gio Belcito, who handled our camera one so very well here on start finish. Mickey Washburn, who handled the pit camera down in the pits, obviously. Our executive director, Nick Kish. Our producer, Tana Morissette. Media liaison Rachel Kish, and Kim Meredith, our audio engineer and producer. They all lent a huge hand in making this production possible. I would like also to thank John Walters, Erica Allreed, and I don't want to forget our drone pilots who gave us great views of the boats on the water and in the pit area. Those pilots, Brian Montgomery, Dan Ford, and Robert Miguel. Next up for the H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes is our final race of the 2024 season. It will be our most prestigious prize, the APBA Gold Cup on San Diego's Mission Bay. But until then, on behalf of the H1 Unlimited live stream team, John Walters and Erica Allreed, this is Brad Luce saying so long from Lake Washington in Seattle.